Chapter 33. Immortal Sect Changxing Family? What kind of concept was that? Who in this world dared to talk about immortality and longevity? That was probably a force that had been passed down since ancient times and dominated the world, right? Elder Ming's words made everyone in the Lin family gasp. They were extremely shocked. It was no wonder that even their ancestor had to call himself an old servant. Under such a background, it was also a great honor. At this moment, everyone's respect for Gu Chang'e deepened. With such a relationship, their ancestor was probably an insignificant existence in front of this young lord. That young man's background is so great. In the crowd, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He felt a little troubled, but soon his expression calmed down again. Since he was already in the lower realm, he naturally had to abide by the rules of the lower realm. As a reincarnated divine king, would it not be easy for him to deal with a young man? If it was in the upper realm, it would be hard to say. Of course, the main reason was that he had faintly sensed that this young lord had something he wanted. He had to go through this young man to return to the peak. In the hall, Elder Ming was still catching up with many of his descendants. Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and he quietly left. He planned to follow and take a look. He was a little worried that this young lord had bad intentions towards Lin Xiuhan. Clear spring water flowed, and spirit fog drifted. Lin Xiuhan walked in front nervously, leading Gu Chang'e to wander around nearby. Her palms were sweaty. She still could not calm down. She was afraid that her actions would anger this young lord and cause him to be unhappy. This feeling was like a commoner being a guide for the emperor. Gu Chang'e looked like he was just wandering around casually. His main purpose was to ask some questions. Miss Lin Xiuhan, you don't have to be so nervous. Learn from Chinga. She's not afraid of me at all. She even likes to talk back to me. Gu Chang'e said casually with a smile. His attitude was natural and casual. Lin Xiuhan's nervousness made things difficult for him. Hearing this, Su Chinga, who was quietly following behind Gu Chang'e, rolled her eyes in her heart. Such shameless words could only be said by a young master, so naturally. Song? Could it be the legendary #1 beauty of the Eastern Wilderness, Taishan Saintess Su Chinga? Hearing Gu Chang'e's slightly joking words, Lin Xiuhan's nervousness did lessen a lot, and she was a little surprised. But then again, it made sense. It was rumored that the #1 beauty of the Eastern Wilderness had been following a young lord for some time. From the looks of it, that young man should be this young Master Gu in front of him, the #1 beauty of the Eastern Wasteland. She was someone who was admired by many young men from many different regions. Now, she was right in front of him. She even looked like young Master Gu's maid. Her feelings were complicated for a moment, and she even felt a little envious that she didn't expect. However, this young master, Gu's temperament was really good. He was as gentle as jade. Although he was high and mighty, he did not give off the feeling of being looked down upon. Presumably, he had good self-restraint and had the air of an elegant gentleman from ancient times. Thinking of this, Lin Xiuhan also relaxed a lot. She began to take the initiative to introduce the surrounding scenery to Gu Chang'e. There was a smile on her beautiful face. So that's how it is, Gu Chang'e nodded from time to time. Sometimes he would joke with her, and very cooperatively let out a burst of clear laughter. He was as handsome as jade and unparalleled. In Lin Xiuhan's eyes, the current Gu Chang'e was like a fine young master in a chaotic world. His speech, bearing, manners, power, no matter which aspect it was, revealed a sense of luxury and elegance that she had never seen before. As the proud daughter of the ancient Lin family, she had seen too many dazzling geniuses. However, in front of this young lord today, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. It was overshadowed. No, to be more precise, there was no comparison at all. She even felt that just one sentence from this young lord was enough to make her heart beat faster and her face turn red. This scene naturally fell into Gu Chang'e's eyes. His expression did not change, but in his heart he felt that it was getting more and more interesting. He continued to talk with Lin Chohan. They had just met, but it seemed like they were about to fall for each other. Indeed, no matter where one was, one's face was important. However, this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. Then Gu Changa changed the topic and asked about Lin Chohan and the Lin family. Young Master Gu is actually asking about me. Lin Chohan was stunned and her heart beat faster. Could it be that young Master Gu also had a good impression of her? She was a little flustered and even more nervous. Chohan is my father's eldest daughter. In addition, I have a few half-siblings. However, very quickly, Lin Chohan relaxed under Gu Changa's hint of a smile. She began to explain the situation in the family to him, among which she mentioned her most worrisome, good-for-nothing younger brother, Lin Tian. Hearing this, Gu Changa could not help but narrow his eyes. Here it comes. These two familiar words, good-for-nothing. At this moment, he glanced slightly and saw a figure hurriedly hiding not far away. An obscure fluctuation. Unfortunately, it was still too inexperienced to be able to hide from his perception. It seemed that the young man who had been secretly sizing him up outside the hall was this Lin Tian. Oh, good-for-nothing, younger brother. As his elder sister, wouldn't he be unhappy if you talk about him like that? Gu Changa's expression did not change as he chuckled lightly. Seeing that young Master Gu seemed to be interested in this, Lin Chohan continued, "This is publicly acknowledged by everyone. Although I want to defend him, there is nothing I can do. Little Tian's mother passed away early, and his father does not like him very much. In addition, he does not have much talent for cultivation. Although he is a direct descendant, he does not have much status in the family. What a pitiful child. However, he is quite lucky to have such a beautiful elder sister like you to protect him." Gu Changa smiled casually. Young Master Gu actually praised me for being beautiful? Lin Chohan was slightly stunned. Her face turned slightly red, and she could not help but feel a little happy. Little Tian is quite sensible. He knows that I worry a lot about him. Recently, he has even started to study cultivation. Lin Chohan smiled with relief. Recently, he had started to study cultivation. Gu Changa's smile became somewhat thought-provoking. When he heard this, he immediately understood. The good-for-nothing young man's personality changed overnight. Was it the powerhouse's possession or the reincarnation of the past? P.S. Don't worry about the main character's destiny points. It has been like this before the lower realm. It has nothing to do with the child of destiny in the lower realm. I haven't even introduced the situation in the upper realm, so what's the rush? I can only say that the main character's Taoist bone and the taboo inherited demonic technique that will make him the enemy of the entire world if it is exposed are the main reasons. Chapter 34. The reason why Gu Changa thought this way was naturally because of the many web novels he was familiar with in his previous life. No matter how he looked at it, this Lin Tian did not look like a normal, good-for-nothing youth. Even his proud sister would be nervous in front of him, but he actually dared to secretly follow him. Moreover, Gu Changa sensed that the youth hiding in the dark was Lin Tian. However, after he was detected, he quickly left and did not stay for long. This kind of thinking was not something that an ordinary youth could have. This means that your persuasion was effective. He knows how to empathize with you, his sister. In this world, if one cannot cultivate, then they are no different from a cripple. After all, you are sincerely thinking for his good. Gu Changa had a smile on his face. He was still casually conversing with Lin Chohan, wanting to ask more about Lin Tian. As his sister, there was probably no one who understood Lin Tian better than Lin Chohan. Lin Chohan naturally did not know what Gu Changa was thinking. Hearing him say this, she could not help but feel moved. Was young Master Gu comforting her? Then she continued to talk about many things related to Lin Tian. Gu Changa had a smile on his face. As he continued to talk, he had already asked many questions. For example, Lin Tian actually wanted to learn alchemy recently and asked Lin Xiuhan, his sister, for various alchemy materials. In addition, he was also proficient in some ancient array treasured techniques. A few days ago in the academy, he even pointed out the mistakes of a few elders, shocking everyone. Gu Chang'e had more or less figured out the ins and outs of the matter and gradually had an idea in his heart. It was easier than expected to harvest a new batch of children of destiny. After solving the problem of the backlash of destiny, Gu Chang'e could use more methods. I never thought that young Master Gu would understand me so well. Lin Xiuhan was moved. Even little Tian doesn't understand me normally and feels that I am too harsh on him. When Lin Xiuhan said this, she felt a little helpless. However, he was also gratified, feeling that Lin Tian was finally enlightened. He couldn't help but worry about him for so many years. What was even more fortunate was that many people in the clan were puzzled by his actions. Young Master Gu actually understood her this well. This gave her a strange feeling in her heart. Lin Xiuhan had cultivated for more than 20 years, and she finally understood what it meant to be moved. After all, this was the first time they had met. In the past, there were so many handsome young men pursuing her, but she was unmoved. Gu Chang'e could naturally guess what Lin Xiuhan was thinking. After all, this was all within his expectations. With his identity as a tall, rich, and handsome man from the upper realm, coupled with his previous life's conversational style and knowledge, even a smart woman like Su Qingge was firmly under his control. Lin Xiuhan was so pure, it was too easy to move her heart. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Starting from her was much easier and more interesting than starting from Lin Tian. Watching all this silently, Su Qingge had a deeper understanding of Gu Chang'e. His way of playing with people's hearts was indeed full of tricks. It's naturally a good thing that little brother Lin Tian can change his appearance. I guess he was just a pearl covered in dust before. After all, in just a few days he could point out the elders' mistakes, this talent. At this time, Gu Chang'e seemed to be lamenting, saying this sentence as if it was not intentional. It was purely because he was lamenting. How could little Tian be a pearl covered in dust? And his talent? In the past, he couldn't even cultivate a spiritual ocean. Hearing this, Lin Xiuhan could not help but laugh. But she was only halfway through her sentence. She was a little stunned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. However, she couldn't tell what was wrong. If he couldn't even cultivate a spiritual ocean, how did he refine pills? Could it be that little brother Lin Tian knows a lost ancient method? In the upper realm, I've heard of some ancient methods. Cultivators don't need a spiritual ocean to successfully refine pills. It seems that little brother Lin Tian is someone with great luck. Gu Chang'e seemed to be surprised and could not help but mutter to himself. Lin Xiuhan couldn't see it now, so he let her think in this direction. That was right. Seeing that Lin Xiuhan was deep in thought and her expression was not right, Gu Chang'e also knew the principle of moderation, so he smiled and did not say anything. At the same time, after being discovered by Gu Chang'e, Lin Tian did not continue to follow him and took the opportunity to leave. His expression was very ugly, and there was even a flame of jealousy in his heart. Of course, the main reason was that strand of obsession causing trouble. In his current perception, Gu Chang'e's strength was very strong, but because of the reincarnation of a remnant soul. Lin Tian was not sure how strong Gu Chang'e was. However, he did not expect. His sister, who was usually very strict with him, would show such a shy and feminine expression in front of another man. And this was the first time they met. Such a scene really made Lin Tian feel unreconciled, as if something of his had been snatched away. Lin Tian clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. But in any case, he did not cultivate the state of mind in his previous life for nothing. He quickly calmed himself down and regained his composure, thinking to himself, this so-called young Master Gu is indeed not a good person. One look and I can tell that he is not a good person. I have to tell Lin Xiuhan to be wary of him, lest she falls into his trap. You were the one who wanted to offend me, so don't blame me for making a move on you. Previously, he was still considering whether to make a move on Gu Changa because of the woman in White's constitution, but now it was no longer up to him. It just so happened that he had a reason to make a move. He was the one who provoked him first and interfered. In the blink of an eye, it was already night. The Central Sky region was also in an uproar because of the return of the Lin family's ancestor from the Upper Realm, and everywhere was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were talking about it. News after news spread out from the Lin family, causing a huge commotion in every ancient city. Then various forces and sects were shaken, and they sent their disciples to visit. Meanwhile, in the palace that the Lin family had arranged for Gu Changa. At this moment, Gu Changa was standing by the window with his hands behind his back. The moonlight was hazy and his black robe was blown by the night wind, giving off a deep and mysterious feeling. His expression was calm and indifferent, clearly thinking about something. He had more or less figured out what the new son of Providence, Lin Tian, was up to. It was the remnant soul of a powerhouse that had been reborn. After all, from Lin Tian's reaction, he did not seem to know what was going to happen in the future. As such, it was very easy to deal with Lin Tian. Of course, what surprised Gu Changa the most was that this guy was actually staring at Su Chinga outside the hall. It had always been him, the villain, who coveted other people's women. Now, it was the son of Providence's turn to covet his woman? There was no need to be in such a hurry to die. As a leak, one should have the awareness of a leak. Chapter 35. As far as Gu Changa was concerned, the reason why Yi Chen was still alive was because Yi Chen didn't deserve to be called an enemy. Gu Changa naturally wouldn't keep a true enemy alive for so long. When Yi Chen had offended him, he had already used all means to kill him. There was no way he would show any mercy and allow him to grow. Yi Chen and Lin Tian were called children of fate in a nice way, but in a bad way they were nothing more than leeks and tools. Cut one crop, then another crop. Children of fate were like flowing water, immovable villains. Gu Changa wasn't a fool. He couldn't allow existences that could threaten him to grow. Since ancient times, villains died from talking too much and also from arrogance. He wasn't a talkative person, nor was he arrogant. It was just that he knew a lot, although he couldn't be said to be omniscient. However, toying with these children of fate was still a piece of cake. He didn't use the simplest method to kill the two. To put it bluntly, Yi Chen and Lin Tian didn't pose any threat to him at all. Gu Changa was also happy to take away their belongings one by one. Before their last bit of value was squeezed out, he could casually farm some destiny points. Otherwise, it would be too boring. After transmigrating and becoming a villain, he naturally wanted to do whatever he wanted. Apart from that, there was also the information he had just obtained from the system. Children of fate would drop when their luck dropped to 0. Killing a child of fate whose luck dropped to 0 would drop additional heavenly Tao rewards. A reward from the heavenly Tao sounded pretty good. At least Gu Changa was quite moved. Otherwise, with Gu Changa's current actions on Yi Chen's master, it would be too easy for him to find Yi Chen. However, Gu Changa didn't choose to do so immediately. He was still waiting for Yi Chen to be a treasure-seeking mouse and open the ruins for him to find the location of the 8 Desolation demonic halberd until the last moment. After all, this was his true purpose in coming to the lower realm. While Gu Changa was thinking, a light knocking sound came from outside the palace. "Chinga, go open the door." Gu Changa sensed who it was and couldn't help but faintly raise his eyebrows. Then he said to Su Chinga, who was flipping through some ancient books, "Yes, young master." Su Chinga put down the ancient book in her hand and walked lightly. At the entrance of the hall, Lin Xiuhan stood there in a light blue dress. Her face was slightly powdered, making her look even more beautiful than before. She was holding a small food box in her hand, which was faintly emitting an alluring fragrance. This is a spiritual cake personally made by Xiuhan. She thought that if young Master Gu is hungry tonight, it would be able to satisfy his cravings. Lin Qiuhan blushed slightly and said to Su Qingge. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she actually decided to make some spiritual cakes herself. As a cultivator, he had long achieved the level of fasting. However, the desire for good food could not be quenched. It just so happened that she was a good cook, so she wanted to make some pastries and send them to Gu Changge. Got it. Thank you, Miss Lin. You even personally came to deliver some food in the middle of the night. Qingge will thank you on behalf of my young master. Su Qingge wore a polite and flawless smile on her face. Her voice was cold, but there was also a hint in it. She enunciated the words, my young master, very clearly. This simple woman in front of her had been captured by her young master after only one meeting. This made Su Qingge think whether she should remind her to avoid falling into the fire pit. However, considering that she would be bullied by Gu Changge, she gave up. Lin Qiuhan did not understand the meaning of Su Qingge's words. She was not as smart as Su Qingge. Thank you, Saintess Qingge. I won't disturb young Master Gu's rest. Hearing this, Lin Qiuhan was a little nervous. She handed the food box to Su Qingge and then left as if she was escaping. Miss Lin has fallen for him on the first meeting. Young master is getting more and more skilled in playing with people's hearts. Su Qingge went back to the hall and walked to Gu Changge. She opened the food box for him while talking. Buzz! Suddenly the fragrance came out. Traces of dense, multicolored light gushed out. There was even a strange phenomenon on the spiritual cake, which showed that it was extraordinary. It was obvious that the ingredients of the cake were not simple. Miss Lin is good at cooking. Qingge, you should learn from her. Gu Changge did not care about Su Qingge's honest words. He was in a good mood. After tasting a few bites, he could not help praising. Since young master likes her, why don't you keep her by your side? Isn't it easier? Su Qingge said. Hearing this, Gu Changge glanced at her and said with a faint smile, Qingge, are you jealous? A jealous woman? That's not like you. That won't be very likable. Su Qingge shook her head and said, Young master, you are too thoughtful. I know myself. It is hard for me to make you like me. It doesn't matter whether I am jealous or not. Although she said it calmly, she could not hide her slight grievance. Since when did you say one thing and mean another? Gu Changge could not help but laugh. Lin Tian saw Lin Qiuhan coming back from the palace in the depths of the Lin family. That direction happened to be where Gu Changge was. What was a woman doing in the middle of the night? He looked annoyed and resentful as he clenched his fists. Little Tian, what are you doing here? Also, where did you go this afternoon? I looked everywhere for you, but could not find you. Lin Qiuhan's face was originally filled with joy, shyness, nervousness, and many other complicated emotions. However, when she saw Lin Tian, she immediately put away these emotions and asked sternly. Lin Tian clenched his teeth. Jealousy burned in his heart. However, he forced himself to calm down and asked, It is so late at night. Sister, where did you go? Did you go to see that young Master Gu? He did not know what kind of emotions he was feeling at the moment. If that obsession was not resolved immediately, it would only affect his state of mind, and many other judgments. He had to find a way to resolve this matter first. Hearing this, Lin Qiuhan was a little flustered. She felt as if someone had seen through her. However, in front of Lin Tian, she still maintained the stern look of an elder sister. She said, Don't meddle in my affairs. Cultivate well. That young Master Gu is not a good person. Don't be fooled by his appearance. I can tell with a single glance that this kind of person specializes in tricking women. Lin Qiuhan, you need to wake up. Lin Tian said with a heavy expression. He even called out Lin Qiuhan's name. He could not let Lin Qiuhan fall into this trap again. If it really did not work, he could only use forceful methods. Which part of young Master Gu is not a good person? Lin Qiuhan frowned. Her expression turned ugly. Since when did Lin Tian have the right to reprimand her? Moreover, After interacting with young Master Gu for a day, she did not feel that there was anything wrong with him. He was humble, courteous, and gentle. His background was terrifying, but he did not put on airs at all. Don't slander young Master Gu. If you are even 1% as outstanding as young Master Gu, I will be at ease, Lin Qiuhan said. She felt that Lin Tian was thinking too much. Why are you so stupid? Can't you see this? Lin Tian was angry. He was very angry. He had already said so, but in the end, Lin Qiuhan still stubbornly insisted on going about things the wrong way. Just what kind of drug did that young Master Gu give her? What's wrong with you recently? You've been acting strangely? Even if young Master Gu is not a good person, what could he possibly want from me? At this moment, Lin Qiuhan was almost speechless. She asked in return, then took large strides and quickly left. Hearing this, Lin Tian was a little stunned. Just what was he trying to do? However, halfway through, Lin Qiuhan suddenly remembered that there was something she had not asked Lin Tian. Just how did he know how to refine pills and cultivate? Also, where did he go this afternoon? No matter how she looked, she could not see him. Chapter 36. Lin Qiuhan was about to turn back and ask Lin Tian. After all, when young Master Gu suddenly mentioned it today, she thought for a long time and found that there was a big problem. Previously, Lin Tian did not have any thoughts about cultivation at all, not to mention taking the initiative to cultivate. Even if she persuaded him to cultivate, he would not do so. So what happened? Why did his temperament change and become a little arrogant, and even know how to refine pills? He even knows how to teach the elders some precious techniques? Could it be that there was an expert teaching him from behind? Or, the last possibility made Lin Qiuhan shudder, but she did not want to think about it. However, when Lin Qiuhan returned, she found that Lin Tian was already gone. This made her a little stunned, and she sighed. Forget it, I lectured him again. He was probably a little angry, so he went back to his own courtyard. I'll ask him about this tomorrow. Little Tian, what happened to him? Lin Qiuhan shook her head and did not bother about it anymore. She turned around and returned to her own courtyard. She still had her own things to do, and she had not finished her daily cultivation homework. But when she thought that she could see young Master Gu again tomorrow, she suddenly looked forward to tomorrow. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, as if the light of the stars shone in them. How good would it be if time passed faster, and it was already tomorrow? Just as Lin Tian and Lin Qiuhan were arguing, Gu Chang'e received the system notification as he wished. Ding, Lin Qiuhan is suspicious of Lin Tian's change in temperament. Lin Tian lost 50 luck points. Fate points increased by 250. As expected, the situation was developing in the direction that Gu Chang'e expected. In any case, he had read countless web novels in his previous life and was familiar with all kinds of plots. He had also read a lot of villainous novels. Naturally, he knew how to squeeze dry the child of Providence who was possessed by such a powerhouse under such circumstances. First, it was the person closest to him, then his family, then the matter of possession was exposed to the public. Everything was under Gu Chang'e's control, and Lin Tian could not do anything. If he did not guess wrongly, Lin Tian would not wait for death and would make a move on him. Gu Chang'e was quite curious. What methods could this Lin Tian use? Assassination? Only death awaited him. Poisoning? It was even more unworkable. Then he probably had one last trick up his sleeve. It seemed that this was a secret curse technique. Lin Tian returned to his courtyard with a gloomy expression. Lin Qiuhan's words to him made his heart burn with anger. As the heaven-slaughtering divine king, in his previous life, he commanded the wind and the clouds, moving unhindered in all directions. When had he ever thought that he would be humiliated like today? Even a woman looked down on him? What did she mean by it would be good if she was even 1% as outstanding as that Gu girl? Lin Tian was extremely displeased and furious. If the deity king was unhappy, he would naturally kill. It just so happens that I need to prepare all the materials in the afternoon. Although its power isn't even 1/10,000th of its full power, it's still a piece of cake for such a young man. Hee. Surnamed Gu, you asked for it. Lin Tian's expression was somewhat cold. As someone from the upper realm, Gu Chang'e was also protected by the Lin family ancestor. Normal methods would not work on him at all. With his current strength, it was also unrealistic to deal with Gu Chang'e. Thus, the final method that Lin Tian thought of was the secret curse technique. He dared to think so confidently precisely because he had an ancient secret technique in his hands. It could be said to be extremely strange and crafty. When it involved extraterrestrial demons, it could make people die without anyone knowing. He had even relied on this secret technique to successfully sneak attack and heavily injure a deity king of the same realm. With his current state, although it was difficult for him to unleash its true power, it was enough to deal with a young man. Of course, this secret curse technique required a huge price. With his lifespan as the source, he had to sacrifice it to the extraterrestrial demon. However, Lin Tian did not care about this. Furthermore, when his strength increased in the future, he could easily replenish his lifespan. Soak the essence blood of 8 kinds of poisonous creatures in the 9x9 soul extinguishing incense. Then light 3 different kinds of ferocious beast bone wax. Borrow the momentum of heaven and earth to draw extraterrestrial power to descend. Then use human skin incense paper to communicate and build a bridge. In the afternoon, Lin Tian had already prepared the materials. It was also because of this that Lin Xiuhan did not find him. With his identity as a Lin family disciple, it was too easy for him to find these materials outside. Then Lin Tian recalled the necessary steps and placed these materials in various positions in the courtyard, then began to draw extraterrestrial power. Then he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the center, beginning to chant. These materials were not ordinary. Some were even made from human skin or bones of other races in underground shops, containing different essences. Lin Tian still had some savings after so many years, so he could afford it. Soon, runes flickered, and a sinister and terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire courtyard. If someone were to barge in at this time, they would probably be scared silly. This scene was simply too frightening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tian started chanting. In an instant, a scarlet wind blew, and many red hairs fell from the sky, filled with a black and cold aura. However, the strange thing was that such a scene could only be seen in this small courtyard. It was still pitch black outside. The moonlight was hazy, but it seemed to be isolated. It is indeed too much for me to use this now. Beads of sweat began to appear on Lin Tian's face. Although his expression was still firm, it was obvious that it was not easy for him to cast this secret curse technique. In the next moment, a strange and cold feeling enveloped him. The runes were pitch black and intertwined in all directions. There seemed to be a faint, smoke-like shadow floating down from the sky. Take his life and destroy his true soul, Lin Tian ordered indifferently to the sky. At the same time, he recalled Gu Chang'e's appearance in his mind. The price is 15 years of my lifespan. A feeling as if a part of his life essence was being sucked out came. At the same time, there was a faint trace of a connection with his mind. Lin Tian suddenly felt weak and could not help but shake his head. After all, this was his life essence. Soon, he sneered with incomparable confidence. Even if you can avoid it this time, you won't have an easy time. This kind of extraterrestrial demon was the most strange and crafty. If they encountered a situation where their divine soul would be destroyed, they would die on the spot. Even if they were lucky enough to not die, they would end up as a fool for the rest of their lives. The chilly wind came quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 37. At the same time, in the main hall, Gu Chang'e opened his eyes, his expression calm and indifferent. Almost at the first moment when Lin Tian schemed against him, he felt an obscure fluctuation. A terrifying momentum that only he could hear came from the void, as if thousands of troops and horses were galloping. Then, a layer of terrifying and gloomy ripples came from it. This was the familiar aura of the heavenly demon. It seems to be similar to what I expected. It's just that it's this kind of secret, cursed technique. The smile on Guchanga's face became somewhat thought-provoking. Buzz! A dark brilliance flashed in his pupils. The innate godly thought in his sea of consciousness opened its eyes at this moment, its gaze deep and indifferent. The pitch-black demonic intent was rolling like a black fog, revealing a mysterious vastness. Using demonic means in front of me, the so-called expert of my previous life, you are too inexperienced. The smile on Guchanga's face disappeared, becoming somewhat indifferent. Not to mention his demonic heart. Just this innate godly thought alone was a powerful talent of the primordial spirit type. After being contaminated by his demonic nature, it became even more fearless of all heavenly demons. In other words, this level of heavenly demon was pure nourishment for his primordial spirit. Myriad transformations, heavenly demon. Guchanga's expression was indifferent, looking at Suchinga, who was sleeping soundly beside him. He didn't want to wake her up. The next moment, a black glow spread out from his palm. There was a terrifying demonic nature intertwined, as if a peerless demon was awakening, wanting to devour everything. Guchanga casually probed into the void. The air suddenly turned cold. Then there seemed to be some kind of extremely frightened scream. A few wisps of black smoke were pulled out. It was accompanied by a terrifying aura that made one's divine soul tremble. Guchanga's innate godly thought took a step forward, sucking forward like a whale drinking. Crack, crack. Soon such a sound was heard. It was like chewing. A large number of heavenly demons screamed in horror and despair as they were quickly devoured. Guchanga even felt that his primordial spirit had grown a lot stronger. It also contained a wisp of Lin Tian's life source. In the blink of an eye, the void had returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Ding, Lin Tian's lifespan has been greatly reduced. His luck has been damaged by 150 points. Fate value increased by 750 points. At this moment, the sound of a system notification rang in Guchanga's head. He didn't care. In this way, he's basically playing himself into a cripple. This newly born son of destiny really knows how to court death. I haven't done anything to you yet. Guchanga smiled playfully. Please forgive me, young master. This old servant failed to protect you. Please punish me. Outside the main hall, Elder Ming immediately sensed the terrifying turbulence in the void and rushed over. His expression was extremely ugly, and there was even some lingering fear and panic. Who would have thought that someone would try to assassinate young master in the middle of the night? He even used such a sinister and crafty method. For something like this to happen to the family he had founded, his back was drenched in cold sweat. If young master hadn't personally dealt with him, Elder Ming simply didn't dare imagine the consequences of this, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to atone for his crimes even if he died 1,000,000 times. Wang. Guchanga stepped out and appeared outside the main hall with a calm expression. Unguarded, this level of curse can't hurt me. I want to know who would have such a method in the lower realm, he said calmly. Guchanga was a little playful, but he didn't directly say that it was Lin Tian who did it. After all, other than Lin Xiuhan, he should know the identity of the other Lin family disciples. It was too arbitrary to say who it was in such a short time. Of course, Guchanga's main plan was to let the Lin family find the culprit themselves. Lin Tian was now suffering from the backlash and couldn't run anywhere. He just had to wait for a good show. He thought that he could play with the Son of Destiny for a while, but he didn't expect it to be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Guchanga felt a little bored. It was because he was too strong, and these Sons of Destiny were too weak. Without the restriction of the Son of Destiny's backlash, these Sons of Destiny were like ants that could be toyed with by him. The secret curse has been broken. The person who did it will definitely suffer from the backlash. I'll go and investigate now. I'll definitely find the culprit and give young master an explanation. Seeing that young master didn't blame him, Elder Ming was touched. Then he solemnly promised. Gu Changa nodded and returned to the main hall. Young master, what happened outside? Su Chinga was a little confused. She was sleeping soundly, but she was still woken up by the noise. Just a small matter. It's fine now, go to sleep, Gu Changa said. Then, Elder Ming quickly gathered the Lin family members. Almost the entire Lin family was shaken. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The group of elders and the head of the Lin family were so scared that their faces turned pale. Everyone began to search everywhere. With such a big thing happening to young Master Gu, no one could sleep tonight. The secret curse was not something that ordinary people could control. Elder Ming was very clear about this. He was also praying that this kind of thing was not done by his own disciples. Otherwise, he couldn't escape the blame. The moonlight was dim. In the courtyard, Lin Tian felt that something was wrong the moment the connection between him and the heavenly demons disappeared. Not good, why? Backlash. There was actually a backlash. What's going on? Lin Tian couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. His face quickly turned pale, and then he began to vomit blood. His hair quickly turned white, and his skin wrinkled as if he had aged dozens of years. His entire person became extremely weak, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. The moment the connection was broken, Lin Tian felt the fear of the group of heavenly demons. It was a great fear, as if they were facing a demon among demons, the emperor of demons, the lord of all demons. The source of their fear was hidden on Gu Changa. Why? The one surnamed Gu is fine, but I can't stay in the Lin family anymore. Once they find out that it was me, Lin Tian's expression changed drastically. He aged dozens of years in one night. Anyone would be able to notice his abnormality. At this time, the secret disguise technique would be useless. The experts of the Lin family would be able to find out whose source was damaged with a single glance. Soon, Lin Tian's expression became uglier and uglier. He sensed the footsteps outside. Tonight, the entire Lin family was alarmed. As a result, the ancient city where the Lin family resided was completely sealed. A large number of cultivators appeared in the sky, and their majestic auras enveloped the surroundings, thoroughly investigating all suspicious people. Lin Tian had a bad feeling, and his entire body turned cold. At this time, he was really panicking. Could it be that I, a divine king, will fall here? I'm just a cripple in the Lin family. They shouldn't suspect me soon. He forced himself to calm down and find a way to salvage the situation. At this time, Lin Xiuhan's anxious voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Little Tian, something big happened tonight. Come out quickly. Father is gathering everyone. Lin Tian's heart completely sank. Chapter 38. The footsteps outside the courtyard were approaching. Apart from Lin Xiuhan, there were other people as well. Lin Tian's face was very pale, his body trembling slightly. His heart continued to sink. What should he do now? Charge out? Or wait to be captured? But his condition was very bad. His source was damaged, resulting in a severe backlash. He could not even walk steadily. How could he run? At this time, he could not help but feel despair. Just like when he broke through space and was about to ascend to the upper realm, but encountered a spatial rift halfway. That feeling of despair and helplessness welled up in his heart again. Could it be that death is really the only way out tonight? I can't accept this. It was not easy to be reborn, and I have not returned to the peak. How can I fall again? Lin Tian roared crazily in his heart at this moment. At this time, it was as if the heavens heard his roar, and also as if there was still a trace of life in the unseen world. A ray of hope suddenly flashed across Lin Tian's mind. Fake death. Right. In order to die a more realistic death, Lin Tian was even more ruthless, directly severing his own heart meridians, using a secret art to protect his remnant soul, hiding in the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. Unless it was someone with shocking means, otherwise no one could see through this secret art of his. After all, Lin Tian's soul had already been taken over. Now, only an empty shell was left. Once his heart meridians were severed, there was naturally no life. And the powerful part of his secret art was that after 3 days, when the secret art was removed, he would automatically wake up and repair his damaged heart meridians. At that time, even if he was discovered by the Lin family, he could use amnesia as an excuse to fool them. Very soon, Lin Tian thought everything through. He did not hesitate. With a cry, he vomited blood violently. His eyes rolled back, and his body trembled, directly falling to the ground, with a bang. And at this time, the courtyard's door was also pushed open. "Little Tian, what's wrong with you?" "Lin Tian." The scene before them immediately made Lin Qiuhan and the rest turn pale with fright. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. Gu Chang'e opened his eyes. He was awakened by the commotion outside the hall. After devouring large amounts of otherworldly demons and that wisp of Lin Tian's life source last night, his essence spirit power strengthened. That wisp of life source belonged to the original divine king, Realm Lin Tian. It contained quite a bit of life source power. After Gu Chang'e digested, he fell into a deep sleep. After all, he wasn't like other cultivators who needed to stay awake and cultivate at all times. Adding points would allow him to break through so quickly, so why should he suffer? "Young master, there should be many people waiting for you outside the hall." Su Qing'e was already dressed neatly. Her black hair was soft and smooth. Her face was exquisite and flawless, shining with a moving luster. He called out to Gu Chang'e. At the same time, he looked out of the hall with curiosity and doubt. What had happened last night while she was sleeping? Gu Chang'e did not tell her. Actually, she wasn't very sure either. So why were all the Lin family clansmen, including Elder Ming, trembling in fear and waiting there respectfully? From the looks of it, he should be waiting for the young master. "Looks like we've caught him." Gu Chang'e stretched lazily and said casually. Su Qing'e served him to get up. Hearing this, she couldn't help but wonder, "Young master, who are you talking about?" "Of course, it's the person who tried to kill me last night," Gu Chang'e answered casually. Under the blockade of the Lin family, even if Lin Tian had wings, he couldn't escape. Gu Chang'e was quite assured about this. "Such a thing happened last night, but I didn't feel anything." Hearing this, Su Qing'e was stunned. Did she sleep so soundly? She didn't even know such a big thing had happened. Or, in fact, the young master deliberately kept the noise very low so as not to disturb her. Thinking of this, Su Qing'e was a little moved again. A person of Gu Chang'e's status was high and mighty. Naturally, she could do whatever she wanted without hesitation. How could he care about other people's feelings and thoughts? But he was so attentive to her. How could she not feel it? But it was precisely because of this that she fell deeper and deeper. Gu Chang'e didn't know that Su Qing'e was thinking about this at this time. How could he know a woman's mind so clearly? But the system reminded him that his luck points had increased a lot. It seemed that Su Qing'e's submission to him had deepened. Sure enough, it was because of the old saying that love grows with time. "I slept like a pig last night. How could you possibly know?" Gu Chang'e made fun of her casually and walked out of the hall. Su Qing'e snorted with her nose and then asked curiously, "Was it that young man named Lin Tian who wanted to kill the young master last night? How did you guess?" Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. After all, according to the conversation between Lin Qiuhan and the young master, I could feel that there was something wrong with that good-for-nothing young man named Lin Tian. Su Qing'e explained, "You are smart. I didn't spoil you for nothing," Gu Chang'e praised. But Su Qing'e was still a little confused. Why did that young man named Lin Tian take things too hard and want to kill the young master? Wasn't it good to be alive? Sometimes ignorance and jealousy could really kill people. Soon, Guchanga had arrived at the outside of the hall. Looking around, he saw a large number of heads in front of him, all of which were members of the Lin family. "Young master, I have failed in my discipline. Please punish me." Elder Ming stood in front with a guilty face. He took a step forward and was about to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. "You found him." Seeing this, Guchanga activated his magic power and held him up. But his face was still calm, making it hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. At this time he was asking the obvious. After all, the problem did not lie with Elder Ming. No one in the Lin family would have thought that a good-for-nothing would do such a thing. But he had to pretend that he did not know. After all, it was more interesting for the Lin family to find out Lin Tian's true identity than him, an outsider. "Young master, we have found him." But as Elder Ming spoke to this point, his expression became even more guilty, and the people of the Lin family were trembling with fear, not even daring to breathe. The master of the Lin family was even more so. His forehead and back were full of cold sweat, and his legs were weak. Once this young master was angry, he would not be the only one who would be implicated. Even the entire Lin family and their ancestors would be implicated. Everyone was in the same mood. Their hearts were filled with fear, as if they were waiting for the emperor's order to punish them. Among them, Lin Qiuhan's face was also pale. She was in disbelief, as if she had not recovered from the shock last night. "Oh, what's wrong with him?" Guchanga asked. She was interested in it. He wanted to know what other tricks Lin Tian could play. He could not escape. Was he going to explain, pretending not to know? Last night, then, Elder Ming began to explain with self-blame and guilt. Chapter 39. After searching everywhere last night, they finally found the culprit. It was the youngest son that the Lin family had disliked the most, Lin Tian. At the same time, he was the publicly acknowledged trash young master of the Lin family. That incident shocked everyone. When everyone rushed over, Lin Tian's lifespan was damaged, his face was old, and he was lying in a pool of blood. His heart and meridians were already broken, and there was no sign of life. It would be impossible to find out the ins and outs of the matter. What could a dead person do? They were also in despair, as they couldn't find the culprit. The entire Lin family was in trouble. Everyone hated Lin Tian to death. Dead. Hearing the explanation, Guchanga was slightly stunned. A cicada shedding its shell? He subconsciously felt that it was impossible. However, he probably wasn't really dead and was just faking it. There were too many secret techniques in this world for faking one's death, and it wasn't hard to fool everyone. In addition, there was this layer of illusory luck. Guchanga wasn't surprised that Lin Tian could think of such a method. After all, where could a remnant soul whose source was damaged go to hide after leaving the body? The moment the wind blew, the soul would scatter. Furthermore, how could a child of fate commit suicide? Lin Tian hated himself to death. Before killing himself, he had to commit suicide? Then, he, the child of fate, was too useless. Even the system didn't do anything, which meant that the child of fate was still alive. Using a secret technique to fake death was still possible. Did he really think that Lin Tian couldn't tell? All sorts of thoughts flashed past Guchanga's mind, but his expression didn't change, and he didn't say anything. Everyone in the Lin family was uneasy, and they hated Lin Tian to the core. Even the Lin family head was the same, hating himself for giving birth to such a scam. These few days, he even heard from Lin Qiuhan that Lin Tian had changed, which made him feel gratified. But what happened last night really scared him out of his wits. Ding! Lin Tian was ostracized by the entire family, lost 100 fate points, plus 500 fate points. The system's voice sounded in his mind, causing Guchanga to click his tongue. That worked? But that was fine. Lin Tian didn't have much value left, and it probably depended on his relationship with Lin Qiuhan in the end. My son was not disciplined properly. Please punish him, young master. Lin Tian tried to assassinate young master in the Lin family, causing us to feel uneasy. Please punish us. At this time, outside the main hall, everyone knelt down in fear and trepidation. Elder Ming had already explained clearly what kind of background Gu Chang'e had. At this time, there was no need for him to try to defend himself. What he should do was to honestly admit his guilt. It didn't matter whether the matter was related to them or not. This is the smell of power. At this time, Su Qingge, who was standing quietly behind Gu Chang'e, heard the voice of another soul in her mind. It was filled with admiration, but it was also filled with a terrifying evil. Su Qingge looked calm and unmoved. During this period of time, many memories in her other soul had been awakening. It involved some information about the upper realm, which made her a little confused. That was why she often flipped through ancient books to understand. At the same time, some ancient martial arts inheritances were gradually awakening in her mind. Su Qingge didn't know why either. She hadn't told Gu Chang'e about this yet. After all, the matter of having two souls in one body was related to her biggest secret. She didn't know how to tell him about this. Young master, please punish this old servant for this matter. It is difficult to find the real reason. Lin Tian is this old servant's descendant, and he did such a thing. This old servant has no face to face young master. Old Ming said with a face full of guilt. He didn't know what happened to Lin Tian. How could a good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate normally know such a vicious secret technique? However, he couldn't explain that someone was trying to frame the Lin family. This matter is indeed strange. I've heard about Lin Tian from Miss Johan. I don't think an ordinary good-for-nothing young man would do something like killing me. He wouldn't have the guts. After all, there are some secret techniques in the upper realm that can change one's soul and manipulate others. Although this matter is related to Lin Tian, I'm sure it has nothing to do with the Lin family. Elder Ming, you've been with me for a long time. Let's forget about this matter. I'm not an indiscriminate person, so I don't want to pursue the matter too much. At this moment, after hearing Elder Ming's words, Gu Chang'e finally spoke. His voice was calm and monotonous. He sounded very righteous and reasonable. He also said that he wouldn't blame the Lin family. However, he didn't care at all. After all, he knew the ins and outs of the matter better than anyone else. He even had it under control. The Lin family had nothing to do with Lin Tian being possessed by the remnant soul of a powerhouse. However, he still had to do something to save face. This way, he could establish his prestige in front of the Lin family and win their hearts. Although it didn't seem to have any effect, there was no need for that. However, it was convenient, and he could give Elder Ming some face so that he would be more loyal to him. Actually, it was nothing much. It was killing many birds with one stone. Thank you for your kindness, young master. Young master, you are truly reasonable and have a deep sense of justice. Hearing this, everyone in the Lin family, including Elder Ming, heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. They were very touched and excited. Of course, they also guessed that the reason why Gu Chang'e had such a casual attitude was because he didn't care about the Lin family. It was another kind of high and mighty looking down on them. Thank you, young master. Elder Ming wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He was very touched. As a servant, the young master actually gave him face. This made him very touched. It was his fortune to be able to work for someone like the young master. On the other hand, Lin Xiaohan was a little stunned. Was young master Gu specifically mentioning her to help her? Her face was a little red, and she started to let her imagination run wild. The sadness of Lin Tian's death also subconsciously dissipated a lot. Don't worry, young master. We will definitely investigate this matter and give young master a satisfactory explanation. The Lin family patriarch and the various elders all let out a long sigh of relief, then began to express their stance. This matter definitely couldn't be settled just like this. How did Lin Tian die? Why did he secretly harm young Master Gu? Also, why did a good-for-nothing like him become like this? There were too many mysteries that needed to be solved. Gu Changa nodded slightly and waved his hand to dismiss them. It was useless for them to stay here. However, he didn't let the Lin family bury Lin Tian's corpse. After all, he still needed to wait for Lin Tian to revive. If he was burned to death like this, Lin Tian would be finished. If he was buried, it would be according to Lin Tian's wishes. However, Gu Changa hadn't squeezed out all of his luck, so he obviously wouldn't let him off so easily. Chapter 40. Seeing that everyone from the Lin family had left, Gu Changa pondered for a while and suddenly called out to Lin Xiuhan. "Young Master Gu!" Lin Xiuhan was a little stunned, but when she reacted, her heart was beating fast and her face was burning. "Young Master," Gu asked her to stay in front of so many people? Did young Master Gu have something to say to her? Or did young Master Gu have a good impression of her? She started to let her imagination run wild, and she looked a little shy. "Master, you have a good daughter." This scene made many elders of the Lin family happy, but at the same time they were a little envious. After all, their granddaughter was not as beautiful as Lin Xiuhan. As the youngest and most beautiful elder of Daoji Academy, her hair was like the clouds and her face was like jade. She did have such qualities. She had many suitors in the younger generation, and now it seemed that she had won the favor of this young lord. This made many people in the Lin family very happy. Many young men felt sour in their hearts, and many women were envious. In short, their emotions were complicated and different. The master of the Lin family also smiled and gave Lin Xiuhan a look, and he sighed in relief. Fortunately, Xiuhan is obedient and sensible, so I don't have to worry if he could use this to get closer to young Master Gu. The master of the Lin family was already fantasizing in his heart, and he was a little happy. Elder Ming also thought that if the young master really liked her, when he returned to the upper realm, he could bring Lin Xiuhan along. She was his descendant, and he could take care of her. Of course, the main reason was that the young master liked her. After everyone from the Lin family left, the front of the hall was quiet again. "Thank you, Miss Xiuhan, for personally delivering the spiritual cake last night." Gu Changa smiled casually, and his face returned to the calm and elegant expression from yesterday. Yesterday he was dressed in a black robe, but today he changed into a white robe. His long hair was casually tied up, and he lacked the luxurious and lofty aura, but had more of an immortal's aura. Lin Xiuhan was momentarily dazed. She had to admit that, in terms of appearance, there were few men in the world who could compare to young Master Gu. "Young Master Gu, do you like it?" Hearing this, Lin Xiuhan was a little happy. However, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Normally in school, she would never have such emotions. "The taste is not bad. There is even a trace of Danwil in it. That surprises me," Gu Changa said with a smile and praised him casually. He asked Lin Xiuhan to stay for a reason. Of course, he was also curious. As a woman related to the son of destiny, her luck points were actually not low. She had more than 200 luck points. Most cultivators only had a few or no providence points. This number was already frightening. Take Su Chinga, for example. At the beginning, it was about 300 points, but now it was almost 500 points. During this period of time, her body must have changed. Gu Changa knew that she was exceptionally intelligent and had many secrets, but he didn't ask. He was waiting for the day when Su Chinga confessed to him. As for Lin Xiuhan, other than her beauty and her cultivation talent, Gu Changa couldn't find anything special about her. He wasn't a man who thought with his lower body. He could play with her for a while, but he wouldn't keep her by his side like Su Chinga. As for the more than 200 luck points, Gu Changa could easily make Lin Xiuhan fall in love with him, just like the answer Gu Changa got when he asked the system before. People with great luck who were not sons of destiny could also be subdued to gain fate points. As for the specific amount, it was related to their luck points. To put it bluntly, Lin Xiuhan was just a tool to gain fate points in Gu Changa's eyes. Before she showed her value, Guchanga wouldn't keep her by his side. So, Guchanga let her stay with the intention of giving it a try. Dan will. Hearing this, Lin Xiuhan was a little stunned. It was the first time she heard of this. Dao will, sword will, Dao will, she had heard of all of them, but not Dan will. Su Chinga, on the other hand, was a little enlightened. She often flipped through ancient books and heard about it. Just making a spiritual cake, and it contains some Dan will that even alchemy grandmasters don't have. Miss Xiuhan, you're really amazing. Guchanga smiled. Seeing this, how could he not understand? I don't know how to refine pills. Lin Xiuhan was a little embarrassed by Guchanga's praise. She had never come into contact with alchemy. This was what could be called a terrifying talent in alchemy. If Lin Xiuhan was born in some of the major alchemy sects in the upper realm, she would definitely be a goddess of alchemy. Her future was limitless. Sure enough, the people close to Sons of Destiny were not simple. Still, it's okay. I didn't waste my effort. Guchanga thought in his heart, but the smile on his face did not diminish. He said to Lin Xiuhan, Miss Xiuhan, it's boring to be idle. Why don't you take me around the city today? Okay. Hearing Guchanga's words, Lin Xiuhan suddenly felt like she was hit by a pleasant surprise. Her head was dizzy. Last night, the Lin family sealed the city and sealed the void, causing the cultivators in the entire ancient city to be very restless. They were all guessing what had happened. After all, in the morning, they heard that the legendary ancestor of the Lin family had returned from the upper realm and was holding a big banquet. However, at night, it seemed like something big had happened. The entire Lin family was furious and wanted to search for someone. Many cultivators were speculating. They did not know who had angered the Lin family or who had offended them. After the ancestors' return, the Lin family's power was now unmatched in the entire Central Sky region. Many cultivators and living beings in the entire ancient city were in a state of panic. In the end, there was a rumor that someone had used vicious means to secretly harm the young lord from the upper realm and frame the Lin family. In the end, the culprit was found to be the famous good-for-nothing Lin Tian of the Lin family. Many people found it unbelievable. This caused many cultivators to talk about it, and they were shocked. After all, many people in the Middle State now knew that the young lord from the upper realm had a terrifying background and extraordinary identity. Attacking him was completely suicidal. In the past few days, the Middle State had been very restless. In the other 8 regions, many powerful sacred grounds and dynasties with more than 100,000 years of history had sent representatives to the Lin family with gifts, preparing to visit their ancestors and the mysterious young lord. The location of the Tao discussion conference of the younger generation in the Middle State was changed to the ancient city where the Lin family was located. It was said that it was unanimously decided by all the sacred grounds and dynasties. As for the reason, many cultivators had guessed. According to the news from the eastern wilderness, the Taishan sacred ground was able to intimidate the other sacred grounds and become the absolute overlord of the eastern wilderness. It could be said that the Taishan saintess, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness, had contributed greatly. That was why many sacred grounds and dynasties wanted to imitate her. If their disciples could catch the young lord's eye, it would definitely be a great opportunity. After all, even the ancestor of the Lin family 30,000 years ago was said to be the young lord's old servant. This kind of identity was simply terrifying. Countless cultivators were shocked and wanted to see the young lord's true face. In an instant, the ancient city where the Lin family was located became very lively. Forces from all kinds of sects and clans could be seen arriving every day. It was to the extent that even many ancient races had come into being. They came from various ancient divine mountains, and normally even the great holy lands would feel restraining fear towards them. The ancient divine mountains could be said to be the force that had the most connections with the upper realm. There were rumors that they were branches of some orthodoxies and clans in the upper realm. Any living being that walked out of them would be treated as a distinguished guest in the sacred grounds. Chapter 41. The origin of the ancient divine mountains was very ancient and could be traced back to the previous era of the azure heaven realm. Many cultivators even guessed that there were high and mighty deities overseeing the various ancient divine mountains. Divine flames once lit up the sky, and terrifying waves spread throughout the world. Now, many living beings of the ancient divine mountains had also appeared in various places. Some cultivators noticed that they seemed to be heading towards the ancient city where the Lin family was located. Many people were guessing the intentions of the ancient divine mountains. Perhaps it had something to do with that young lord. Ancient city of Rushing Moon. As the hub of the Central Heaven region, it was an ancient city that connected the surrounding regions and had a population of close to 100 million cultivators. Clouds rose and divine mist gushed out. There were many halls, pavilions, palaces, and wine shops. Divine talismans and lights shone. Among them, cultivators and all kinds of living beings turned into divine rainbows and flew through. It was extraordinary. As the venue of the recent Tao discussion meet, it naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. Not to mention, there was also the matter of the young lord of the upper world that had been the talk of the town. Many cultivators rushed over from all over the world. The various holy lands and imperial empires had all sent their experts to pay their respects with valuable gifts. It was not just the middle ground. Even the northern desert, southern border, and other places had young elites who came for the Tao discussion meet as well as to show off their skills. Many people were scheming against him. Cozying up to someone powerful was not something to be ashamed of. Brother Jinyan, long time no see. Your cultivation is even more unfathomable now. You're too kind. Brother Tsing Tian, you've improved a lot. You seem to have mastered that precious skill? Haha, I was just lucky. I can't compare to all of you. Fairy Chin, we haven't seen each other for many years. Now, you're even more elegant than before. As expected of the current leader of the Wanhua sacred ground, you're better than your peers. At this moment, in a pavilion, a group of young men and women were chatting. They were all shrouded in treasure light, and there was a faint divine light in their eyes. Their auras were calm and unmoving like a mountain. Their faces were beautiful and incomparably moving. The nearby cultivators looked at them from afar and could not help but be in awe. This group of young men and women all had shocking identities. They were either the successors of ancient aristocratic families, princes of dynasties, or saints of sacred grounds. They all had powerful backgrounds. There were also many powerful auras hidden in the dark to protect them. It was simply unimaginable that such a group of young geniuses would gather here to chat and drink tea. If the news were to spread, it would definitely alarm many people. Brother Jinyang, I heard that some time ago you exchanged over 100 moves with an outstanding talent from the Eastern Wasteland, and it was difficult to separate the two of you. In the end, you even became sworn brothers with him? I wonder if this is true or not. In the pavilion, someone was curious and asked a young man who looked like the divine prince of Apollo Palace. This young man's hair seemed to be on fire. Divine light flickered around him. He was the current saint child of the Jialo Holy Land, named Jinyang. The Jialo Holy Land was located in the Middle State and was even more ancient than the Lin family. Their ancestors had also ascended to the upper realm and had a strong foundation. As the Holy Son, Jinyang's cultivation base naturally went without saying. He suppressed all his peers and was now at the late stage of the transcendent realm. Hearing this, he revealed a hearty smile and said, "Of course it's true. Let me tell you, my little brother's talent, I'm not boasting. It's definitely the kind that's hard to come by in 1,000 years. With his mid-stage transcendent realm cultivation base, he was able to exchange over 100 moves with me and was not at a disadvantage. He even forced me to use the great Sun True Body to barely suppress him. But I feel that he actually still has many trump cards that he hasn't used yet. This little brother of mine is quite extraordinary. He has a calm personality and looks like someone who can achieve great things at first glance. It's a pity that he offended a big shot and was framed. He could only leave his hometown and come to the Middle State. As he spoke, he felt a little regretful. He had naturally heard about that big shot from his little brother. That was a power that his little brother could not contend with at all. Moreover, he did not believe the rumors in the eastern wasteland. What was jealousy? A toad wanting to eat swan meat? In his opinion, it was the Titian saintess who had betrayed his little brother. In the end, she even spread rumors everywhere to frame him. This was the so-called most poisonous woman's heart. Hiss! Jean Yang's words immediately made the people in the restaurant gasp. They looked at each other, and there was something wrong with their expressions. They were very shocked. As young geniuses, they knew Jean Yang's character very well. He was straightforward and would not lie. Most importantly, Jean Yang was very strong. At the very least, he was stronger than everyone present. In the entire Middle State, except for a few people like the great Xia dynasty's third prince, it was very difficult to find someone who was on par with him. Among the younger generation in the Middle State, he was definitely in the top 5. If even he said so, how strong was that mysterious Eastern Wasteland talent? Brother Jean Yang, what is the name of that Eastern Wasteland talent? One day, we must get to know him. The people were curious and could not help but ask, wanting to know his background. However, Jean Yang looked troubled when he heard this. He wanted to say something, but stopped. It was not that he could not say the name of that little brother of his. However, if he said it out loud, the people in front of him would be scared and would not dare to ask any more. Although Jean Yang was straightforward, he was not stupid. Seeing that he did not want to say anything, the people were very tactful and did not ask any more. At this time, someone suddenly said in surprise, "Why is the Lin family's star-picking pavilion open today?" The person who spoke was the saint of the Yuanchu Holy Land. He was also a powerful young genius. Everyone followed his gaze and couldn't help but be stunned. The Lin family's star-picking pavilion was the tallest pavilion in Rushing Moon Ancient City. It overlooked everything and had a very good view. From this position, one could see the scenery there. Normally, it was only responsible for receiving the most powerful people in the various holy lands and dynasties, such as the sacred lords and overlords. However, it was open today. This surprised them a little. It's even being received by the Lin family's almighty elder. Hey, that woman in the blue dress seems to be the Lin family's genius, Lin Qiuhan. The woman in white with a veil covering half her face seems to be the Eastern Wasteland, Holy Land's Titian saintess. Another genius could not help but exclaim softly. He was a little shocked when he recognized the two people in the crowd. He had been to the Eastern Wasteland once and was lucky enough to see the Eastern Wasteland's #1 beauty. In that case, could that white-robed man be that person? Soon they all reacted. They could not help but stand up in unison, their expressions very excited. There was no need to guess who this kind of treatment was. They did not expect to see that young lord here. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet him. They all stood up and prepared to greet him. A few of the female geniuses even took out some cosmetics and rouge from their storage rings and applied a little bit of makeup on them, causing them to glow brilliantly. Only Jean Yang had an unnatural expression on his face. Fortunately, no one noticed this abnormality. Gu Chang'e and the others arrived at the star-picking pavilion under the guidance of an elder of the Lin family. With Gu Chang'e's status, the Lin family naturally gave him the best treatment. The star-picking pavilion's view was enough to overlook the entire ancient city. It was a magnificent sight. Normally, only Holy Lord-level figures were qualified to come here. Chapter 42. The person who built this building is a person who knows how to enjoy life. Gu Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back as he looked down from the high platform. Seeing all the living beings and cultivators coming and going, he couldn't help but praise. This feeling of looking down on the common people and seeing everything as ants was really wonderful. He thought that when he returned to the upper realm, he would find a craftsman to build a building like this in his residence. Of course, it had to be taller and grander. With such a high status, Gu Changa naturally wanted to enjoy it as much as possible. It's good that you're satisfied, young Master Gu. This was built by the previous masters to receive the holy lords and royal lords of various forces. Lin Xiuhan explained with a smile. If it weren't for Gu Changa, she wouldn't have the qualifications to come here today. Not bad, holding the sun and the moon and plucking the stars. There's no one like me in this world, but it's also a good view. Gu Changa smiled. His plan was very simple and also very long-term. The reason why he let Lin Xiuhan lead him around the ancient city was to see how talented she was in alchemy. He wanted to bring Lin Xiuhan back to the upper realm and how to train her. Although Gu Changa's background was terrifying, it was actually very complicated. Elder Ming, who was an outsider, naturally couldn't come into contact with it, let alone understand it. Even the major alchemy sects in the upper realm lacked a descendant with such terrifying alchemy talent like Lin Xiuhan. When the time came, he would find a way to send Lin Xiuhan over. With his support, it was not impossible to control those major alchemy sections. It was never wrong to be more prepared. Of course, on the other hand, Gu Changa purely wanted to make a good impression so that he could subdue Lin Xiuhan sooner. When the time came, he would get 1,000 fate points. Wouldn't that be nice? Fortunately, Lin Xiuhan was really pure. Under Gu Changa's flowery words, her heart was almost all on him. What Lin Tian said to her before was not wrong. Gu Changa was naturally not a good person. After all, he was a villain. Having said that, as long as it was his own people, Gu Changa would not be stingy with benefits. He didn't have any ill intentions towards Lin Xiuhan. He even wanted to train her in the future. At most, he was just making use of her. There's no one like me in this world. In young Master Gu's opinion, what exactly is cultivation? Hearing this, Lin Xiuhan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but be fascinated. As far as I'm concerned, the so-called cultivation is nothing more than the struggle between the heavens and the earth, using the fleshly body as a weapon to struggle in the mortal world, traversing the sea of bitterness and walking towards the other shore. Gu Changa said with a calm and elegant smile on his face. Of course, he didn't take it to heart. He was just putting on an act. To him, the so-called cultivation was as simple as adding points to his system. Sea of bitterness. Hagen? Even Su Chinga could not help but have her eyes lit up. She tasted it carefully. Young Master Gu's opinion is really unique, but it's also profound. Lin Xiuhan couldn't help but say so. Throughout the conversation with Gu Changa, no matter what the topic was, Gu Changa would touch on it. Moreover, it wasn't the kind that was rough and simple. She couldn't help but admire him even more, especially this understanding of cultivation, even as an academy elder. She couldn't help but feel intrigued. Using the fleshly body as a raft to traverse the sea of bitterness and walk towards the other shore? Such a saying was unheard of. The cultivation world of the upper realm was probably mysterious and vast beyond her imagination. Young Master Gu, regarding little Tian, it was thanks to your words that I realized something. Otherwise, I'd probably still be kept in the dark by him. At this moment, Lin Xiuhan thought of something. Her expression became gloomy and a little sad. After all, she had always been concerned about the previous Lin Tian. Of course, the fact that he secretly harmed young Master Gu was unforgivable. Fortunately, it wasn't the real Lin Tian. Otherwise, she didn't know how she would face Gu Changa. I was just casually saying it back then. I didn't know things would turn out like this. Gu Changa smiled casually. Actually, I was a little suspicious at that time whether little Tian had a problem with his soul. I was just about to ask him about it, but then this happened. Lin Xiuhan said guiltily. Oh, speaking of which, I also have something to remind you of, Miss Lin. Gu Changa's smile was a little thought-provoking. Please speak, young Master Gu. Lin Xiaohan looked at him. Since it was something that young Master Gu wanted to say, it was naturally very important. You have to be careful of Lin Tian's corpse. I'm guessing that not only was his soul controlled, but it was more like he was replaced. There are many such occult techniques in the upper realm. Resurrection from the dead is actually a common thing. As Gu Chang'e said, a hint of speculation appeared on his face. Lin Xiaohan was stunned. Resurrection from the dead? Could such a thing really happen? At that time, Lin Tian's soul had clearly been dispersed, and his life had been extinguished. However, Gu Chang'e's words forced her to take it seriously. Could it really be a fake death? Of course, I'm just guessing. It's better for you to be careful, Miss Lin. Gu Chang'e smiled without batting an eyelid. He really wanted Lin Xiaohan to witness Lin Tian's resurrection from the dead with her own eyes. This way, Lin Xiaohan's last bit of worry would be resolved. Naturally, Gu Chang'e had no reason to keep Lin Tian alive. At this time, a commotion was heard outside the star-picking pavilion. Young Master Gu, there are a group of young prodigies from Middle Ground and Eastern Wilderness outside who wish to visit you. The Lin family elder who had arranged to lead the way came forward respectfully and reported. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. He wanted to say no, but he was bored and had nothing to do, so he nodded and said, "Let them all come up." He also hoped that this group of prodigies could bring him some fun or something. Soon, a large group of young men and women with extraordinary auras came up respectfully under the Lin family elder's lead. Chu Xian greets young master. Gu Chang'e's #1 lackey in Eastern Wilderness, the great abstruse Saint Chu Xian, was among them. He hurriedly bowed to Gu Chang'e obsequiously. Besides him, there was also a group of prodigies from Eastern Wilderness. They had come with Gu Chang'e on the flying ship, so they were not unfamiliar faces. The last group was the prodigies from Middle Ground. At this moment they were somewhat shocked and excited. After all, this was the first time they were in close contact with this young lord. That godlike aura made them respect him from the bottom of their hearts. "Greetings, Lord." Even the Jello Saint Jinyang, who had been critical of Gu Chang'e before, couldn't help but greet him. "Everyone, there's no need to be so polite." Gu Chang'e sat at the head of the table and nodded slightly. His expression was calm and peaceful. He didn't seem to be as arrogant and condescending as they had expected. This made everyone secretly relieved. It seemed that the rumors were true. This young lord didn't seem to be difficult to get along with. After that, the group of young prodigies introduced themselves and began to show off their abilities, wanting to leave a good impression. All of them were like peacocks with their tails spread, competing for attention. Gu Chang'e nodded and smiled from time to time, which made them feel even more encouraged. Those prodigies also had flattering expressions on their faces. They seemed to have turned into bootlickers, which made Lin Xiaohan and the others feel very shocked. They usually called themselves fairies and goddesses. In front of young Master Gu, they had to obediently kneel and lick his boots. This made them feel as if their eyes had been opened. Lin Xiaohan was the most affected. After all, her status was similar to this group of prodigies in front of her. But young Master Gu's attitude towards her was completely different from his attitude towards this group of prodigies. This discovery suddenly made her feel flattered that she had never felt before. Young Master Gu treated her differently. Chapter 43. Young Master Gu really treats me differently. Lin Xiaohan's heart was in a mess. She recalled Gu Chang'e's gentle expression when she talked to him. It was normal for her to feel this way. These girls in front of her were either princesses of dynasties or saintesses of holy lands. Their status was similar to hers. Outside, there were also many suitors. Each of them was aloof and looked down on others. They were respected as fairies and goddesses. But now, each of them was currying favor with young Master Gu. They were similar to the prostitutes in the brothels that she had read about in books. If the cultivators outside were to see this, they would definitely be taken aback and would not dare to believe it. Although she was simple, she knew that this should be the difference between Gu Changa and all of them. This should be the attitude they should have towards Gu Changa. Young Master Gu is so good to me. For a moment, she remembered all the things that young Master Gu said to her. She was a little dizzy. Su Chinga was used to this kind of scene. No matter how one looked at it, Gu Changa was very attractive to girls. Now that they had seen his terrifying power, how could these girls still sit still? In their opinion, if Lin Qiuhan and herself could be favored by young Master Gu, why couldn't they? Once they had a relationship with the young master, their status would undergo a tremendous change. At this time, there was no need to be reserved. Naturally, they would do everything to please young Master Gu. Su Chinga understood the thoughts of women very well. Her expression was calm, but she did not care. With young Master Gu's temperament, did she really think that he would like just any girl? This expression of gentleness was just a facade he put on. The real Gu Changa was cold, overlooking everything, high above and unpredictable. Su Chinga had to admit that after following Gu Changa for a while, she had a certain understanding of Gu Changa's thoughts. Ding! Luck event triggered. Subduing Lin Qiuhan succeeded. Luck points increased by 200. Fate points increased by 1,000. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Gu Changa's mind. He could not help but be moved. The 1,000 days of life that he had been longing for had finally arrived. Lin Qiuhan did not disappoint him. At that moment, he couldn't be bothered to listen to this group of geniuses talk about the competition. He had asked them to come up because he had nothing better to do. Was it uncomfortable to hear them fawning over him? Very quickly, Gu Changa's mind moved. He summoned the system. The attribute interface appeared before his eyes. Owner, Gu Changa. Identity, true disciple of the palace of heavenly immortals. Physique, bloodline. Demonic heart and Tao, bone cultivation. Middle Marquis realm. Skills and abilities. Heavenly immortal codex, myriad transformations, demon body, innate talent, innate divine will, innate talent, immortal devouring demon technique, destiny value. 2,600 luck points. 350 black. System shop unlocked. Storage. Domain breaker talisman X1. 1/3 of the world seed X1. His luck points had already reached 300. Not only was it because he had subdued Lin Qiuhan, but it was also because of Su Chinga. Both of them were people with great luck. If they were used by Gu Changa, they would naturally help him increase his luck points. After all this time, Lin Qiuhan's luck points were almost all used up by him. He had also obtained more than 2,000 points of destiny value. After this round of harvesting leaks, it was quite comfortable. Gu Changa pondered for a while. He was not in a hurry to increase his strength. After all, his current realm was actually strong enough in the lower realm. The almost omnipotent destiny value would naturally be more useful in times of need. He glanced at the items in the system shop. Finally, he found a detailed explanation of Pill Dao in the daily price limit. It was worth 100 days of destiny value. Exchange. After spending 100 days of destiny value, he obtained the detailed explanation of Pill Dao. Gu Changa planned to find an opportunity to give it to Lin Qiuhan. He had promised to train her, so he naturally had to start now. He should not waste such a good talent in Pill Dao. After his consciousness exited the system interface, a notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected son of fate connection. Triggered random mission. Suppress son of fate sworn brother. Mission completion will reward 500 days of destiny value. Mission failure will not reward. Gu Changa was slightly stunned. His expression was a bit interested. This was the first time he had encountered such a random mission. Mission completion would reward, mission failure would not reward. It all depended on his own thoughts. 500 days of destiny value, that was quite good. But who was son of fate, sworn brother? It sounded like a person related to Yi Qin. After all, Lin Tian was already crippled. The system did not say it directly, but it seemed to be among the group of heaven's prides in front of him. It should not be possible for the heaven's prides in Eastern Wasteland, unless there was something wrong with their heads. Knowing that Yi Qian had offended them, they would definitely distance themselves from Yi Qin and hide far away. Yi Qian ran all the way from Eastern Wasteland to Middle Continent. Along the way, he met 1 or 2 heaven's prides in Middle Continent and became brothers with them, opening the door to a new map for him. According to the usual routine, this was quite normal. But he did not expect to bump into him. This reason was really amazing. Gu Chang'e gently took a sip of tea with a slightly admiring expression and thought so in his heart. He quickly glanced at all the heavens prides below. He ignored those from Eastern Wasteland and this group of heavens prides who were trying to curry favor with him. It was easy to determine the target. "Chu Xian," Gu Chang'e said casually. "Young master, what orders do you have?" Hearing this, Chu Xian immediately trotted over with a flattering and respectful expression on his face. This scene made many young heavens prides envious and jealous. As a young heavens prides, Chu Xian was appreciated by this young lord. It would not be long before he soared into the sky, and they would no longer be in the same world. "Is there any news of Yi Qin in Middle Continent?" Gu Chang'e asked indifferently. He naturally asked this question while knowing the answer. Yi Qin's whereabouts had always been under his control. It was just that it was not time to harvest. He asked this question to see the reaction of the crowd. Yi Qin. Chu Xian's expression changed. He scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. "Young master, this. You mean there's no news?" Gu Chang'e glanced at him indifferently. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Chu Xian's forehead. He looked at Su Qingge with a pleading look. Although it was an honor to be the young master's lackey, this kind of terrifying pressure was not something ordinary people could bear. "Yi Qin. Who is that?" The heavens prides present also changed their expressions. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e did not ask them. Otherwise, their reactions would be even worse. They knew some news from Eastern Wasteland, but they did not know the details. At this moment, Jialo Saint Jinyang, who was in the crowd, also felt a little uneasy. Although he was straightforward, he had a proud heart. He looked down on this group of heaven's prides who fawned over him. He disdained their behavior of fawning over Gu Chang'e, and even felt that it was shameful. In his opinion, his little brother Yi Qin's steady and determined temperament was many times better than this group of heaven's prides. When he heard Gu Chang'e directly ask about Yi Qin, his heart skipped a beat, and he knew that something was wrong. Fortunately, he tried to control himself and did not show any abnormalities. Chapter 44. Inside the star-picking pavilion, the atmosphere was tense. No one dared to speak, and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Although Gu Chang'e was asking Chu Xian and not them, she could empathize with that kind of pressure. Even Lin Xiuhan, who was talking to Gu Chang'e calmly before, felt the terrifying pressure. Even though young Master Gu was usually gentle and elegant, he was still condescending deep down in his bones, exuding a godlike majesty. This was his real side, but she was also a little curious. Who was this guy named Yi Qin? She never paid much attention to news, so she did not know what happened in the Eastern Barren Territory not long ago. At this time, Su Qingge opened her mouth and said in a cold and apologetic tone, "Young master, the Central Plains is so vast. If a person wants to hide, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find him. I think it's very difficult for Chu Xian to find him." Hearing Su Qingge's words, everyone looked at the rumored #1 beauty of the Eastern Barren Territory for the first time. She had been quietly standing behind Gu Chang'e without saying a word. She was like a flower in the water. They did not dare to look at her too much, for fear that Gu Chang'e would be displeased. One had to admit that Su Qingge deserved the title of Taishan Saintess. Her face was covered by a white gauze, and her clothes were whiter than snow. She was pure and ethereal, and had an otherworldly temperament, like a fairy from the ninth heaven. All the excellent girls in front of them were overshadowed by her. They were not even qualified to be compared to her. She really looks like a beauty who can bring disaster to a country. Unfortunately, her heart is evil. Jin Yang could not help but curse in his heart. He did not have a good impression of Su Chinga, but everyone was also curious. Under such terrifying pressure, Su Chinga still dared to persuade Gu Changa. How much courage was required to do that? Chu Xian could not help but show a grateful expression. Even Chinga said so. Then let's forget about it. Chu Xian, don't let me down. Gu Changa's voice was very calm, so Jin Yang could not tell what he was thinking. Yes. Don't worry, young master. I will definitely find Yi Chen's traces. Chu Xian was relieved and hurriedly patted his chest to express his relief. He broke out in a cold sweat. Being with a king was like being with a tiger. This scene shocked everyone once again. How could the Taishan holy lady be so favored? He was actually able to persuade this young lord. They couldn't help but change the way they looked at Su Chinga. Before they were peers, but now they were in awe of her. Thank you, young master. Su Chinga smiled at Gu Changa, seeming to be very happy. Of course. She knew that the reason why Gu Changa did this was purely to scare Chu Xian. As for the reason, she couldn't guess. After all, it was Gu Changa who intentionally let Yi Chen escape. So how could he not know where Yi Chen went? Therefore, she played along with Gu Changa and helped him get out of this embarrassing situation. Gu Changa's expression did not change, but he could not help praising Su Chinga's intelligence in his heart. Only a smart woman like her who knew his intentions would be likable. Just now, when they heard Yi Chen's name, no one revealed a strange expression. She was quite good at maintaining her composure. Of course, Gu Changa was not in a hurry. He was interested to see how long this person could hold back. Following that, everyone began to tremble in fear. Some of the sky prides were quite active and began to ask Chu Xian about Yi Chen's background and how he offended this young lord. Chu Xian began to explain to them how Yi Chen was courting death and offending the young master. After hearing this, the sky pride's expressions changed. Why do I feel like I've heard of him before? Came from Eastern Wasteland, no background, in his early 20s, Divinity Realm cultivation base, extraordinary talent. Why did Jialo Holy Sun Jin Yang's description sound so similar? Moreover, when asked for his name, he didn't say anything. At this time, many of them faintly guessed and revealed strange smiles. They naturally did not care about their friendship with Jialo Holy Sun. After all, this was something that could curry favor with Gu Changa. Lord, I feel that Jialo Holy Sun should know about Yi Chen's whereabouts. Yuan Chu Holy Sun immediately took the lead and reported what Jialo Holy Sun Jinyang had said in the pavilion. Not good. This damned Yuan Chu Holy Sun. Hearing this, Jin Yang's face faintly paled and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was a little regretful that he had spoken too quickly. Oh, Jialo Holy Sun, do you know Yi Chen? At the head of the table, Gu Changa unhurriedly blew on his tea and asked in a calm voice. Everything was within his expectations. His gaze quickly fell on this young man whose hair seemed to be burning. He looked like the son of the sun. Buzz! The terrifying and boundless pressure from before enveloped them once again. All the sky prides in the central region couldn't help but turn pale and tremble from the bottom of their souls. Just how frightening was this young lord's strength? Even their Saint Lord and Emperor Lord were far from his level. Could he be a marquis? But he seemed to be about the same age as them, maybe even a little younger. As expected of young Master Gu, you are so much stronger than father. Lin Xiuhan couldn't help but reveal admiration in her eyes. So this is young Master's goal? To find out who is related to Yi Chen? At this moment, Su Chinga somewhat understood. But she didn't understand why young Master knew that there were people here who were related to Yi Chen. In her eyes, Gu Changa was becoming more and more unfathomable. Lord, I do know brother Yi Chen. Jinyang opened his mouth and said, facing the terrifying pressure. His face was slightly pale, and he couldn't breathe. This made him incomparably shocked. They were both young, but how could the gap between them be so huge? One was in the sky, and the other was on the ground. At this moment, even if he didn't admit that he didn't know Yi Chen, he couldn't. When he was talking with the other sky prides, he had already revealed a lot. He was a little regretful now. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have said so much. "Oh, it's good that you know him. Where is Yi Chen now?" Gu Changa's expression didn't change. He still asked casually, "I'm sorry, Lord. I can't expose brother Yi Chen's whereabouts." Jin Yang gritted his teeth and said, his back was wet with cold sweat. He finally understood how terrifying this young lord's strength was. Just his aura alone was completely unbearable. No wonder Yi Chen wanted to go far away and didn't dare to show up. But he didn't want to cause brother Yi Chen's whereabouts to be exposed because of his loose tongue. This would make him feel guilty. "Idiot, I'll ask you again. Where is Yi Chen now?" Gu Changa's expression finally turned cold. His eyes were deep, revealing an unquestionable majesty like that of a deity. "Lord, Yi Chen is my sworn brother. I know his character very well. Is there any misunderstanding between you two?" Jin Yang gritted his teeth and trembled all over. Under such majesty, he couldn't help but want to kneel down. But he had pride in his heart and didn't want to give in, so he still defended Yi Chen. "It's your honor that I asked you." Gu Changa looked at him coldly. His expression was as if he was looking at an ant. His tone was emotionless. "What qualifications do you have to ask me?" As these words fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped Jin Yang like a tide. Jin Yang cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. He then knelt down on the ground, his face as pale as paper. He couldn't even resist. "Holy Son is stupid and offended Lord. I hope Lord can forgive him." At this time, Jin Yang's secret protector was also frightened and hurriedly appeared. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. His expression was incomparably terrified. He never thought that things would suddenly develop to this point. How could the Holy Son be so stupid? He would bring disaster to the Holy Land. The star-picking pavilion was deathly silent. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, as if they were facing the wrath of heaven. Ding! Random mission to suppress the Sun of Fortune completed. Mission calculating. Random mission rating perfect. Destiny points increased by 40%. Final reward 700 destiny points. At this time, the system notification sounded in Gu Changa's mind. Chapter 45. The system notification in his head made Gu Changa somewhat satisfied. This random thing was simple. He had obtained a total of 700 fate points, including the 100 points he had spent to exchange for the elementary pill Tao explanation. He now had 3,000 fate points, which could be considered a huge sum of money. As for how to rate it, the system must have its own way of rating, so Gu Changa was too lazy to think about it. He had only spoken his true thoughts. He was modest and gentle to Su Chinga and the others because he wanted something from them. As for this Jalo Saint's son, who was he? Did he really think he was the same as the Son of Fate? Did he think he could jump around casually after offending him? A little ant who didn't even have the qualifications to be a leak. Gu Changa could easily crush him to death. He was just finding a suitable reason. As for Yi Chen's whereabouts, he didn't care. From the beginning, his goal was to complete the system's random thing. The star-picking pavilion was deathly silent. Seeing this scene, everyone's face turned pale. Some of the geniuses were even trembling. No one dared to speak. "Sir, please forgive us. Saint's son is stupid and offended you." Jalo Saint's son and his protector were incomparably pale. They knelt on the ground, terrified. However, Gu Changa didn't even bat an eyelid. He said indifferently, "Old Ming, young master, this old servant is here." There was a violent fluctuation in the void, and a black-robed old man appeared with a respectful expression. It was old Ming. Although he had returned to the family, he had always been by Gu Changa's side, not daring to leave. At this moment, seeing old Ming appear, everyone was even more shocked. This was the first time they saw this legendary figure who had broken through the void and ascended 30,000 years ago, the Lin family's ancestor, especially when he had such a respectful attitude. The rumors were indeed true. I don't want to hear that the Jialo sacred ground is still here tomorrow, Gu Changa said casually. Yes, this old servant will deal with it right away, Old Ming said respectfully. Then the void blurred and he disappeared. Hiss! At this moment, everyone felt as if their scalps were about to explode. A terrifying chill ran down their backs. You! Holy Sun Jialo coughed up another mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had never thought that he would bring such a terrible disaster to the sect because of this. For a moment, he was angry and regretful. This young lord from the upper realm was truly ruthless. It's over. His protector's face was ashen, and his eyes were full of despair. The saint son of Yuan Chu, Fairy Wanhua, and the others all turned pale. They were all major forces of the Central Plains, and this made them ask themselves if they were in the same situation. Don't be fooled by the gentle and peaceful appearance of this young lord. But in reality, in front of him, all of them were like ants. There was no difference at all. This simple sentence instantly decided the fate of the Jialo Holy Land. It was as if they could already see the boundless blood. It was only because he had offended this young lord. Even Su Chinga and Lin Xiuhan felt a chill on their backs. It was the first time they had seen Gu Changa like this. Cold, aloof, and superior, like a god overlooking everything. And this was his true self. Thinking of this, Su Chinga could not help but feel a little lucky. Gu Changa really treated her very well. It could even be said that it was to the point of spoiling her. The news of Holy Sun, Jialo, contradicting the young lord from the upper realm in front of everyone at the star-picking pavilion almost instantly spread from the ancient city to all parts of the Central Plains, causing a huge uproar and setting off stormy waves. Countless cultivators were shocked, and a chill ran down their backs. The cause and effect of the matter was spread by several young prodigies, and soon it caused a heated discussion everywhere. Not only did Holy Sun Jialo become brothers with the enemy of the young lord from the upper realm, but he also hid his traces and refused to speak, angering the young lord, and finally brought disaster to the sect. Countless cultivators sighed, thinking that Holy Sun Jialo was too stupid. He dug his own grave and dragged the entire Holy Land down with him. Of course, there were also people who secretly cheered and said that he deserved it, who told him to dig his own grave. Jialo Holy Land had been in the Central Plains for more than 100,000 years, and once had a virtual god ancestor who had ascended to the upper realm. He had many cultivation methods and treasures, and had a very deep foundation. However, the sky was directly covered by a giant palm that covered the sky and pressed down. The ancestral artifact was revived, and all resistance was useless, as if facing the vast power of the heavens. The pavilions and mountains within a radius of 5,000 miles were all turned into ruins. The pressure of the virtual god realm shrouded the sky, and countless cultivators trembled in fear. Unrighteous deeds bring about self-destruction. There will always be someone who will take you in. In the end, only this sentence of Holy Sun Jialo echoed between heaven and earth. Jialo Holy Land was thus removed from the Central Plains. This matter caused a great sensation in the Central Plains and even the rest of the lands. Jialo Holy Land, which had produced a virtual god realm ancestor, was like this, let alone them. Countless cultivators were horrified, and they felt a chill from head to toe. They were extremely afraid of the young lord from the upper realm. After all, to the cultivators of the upper realm, no matter what the existence of the lower realm was, after all, like an ant. The cultivator from the eastern wilderness, called Yi Qin, had become famous again in the Central Plains. Countless cultivators regarded him as the god of plague. In order to curry favor with Gu Changa, some cultivators and forces even began to inquire about Yi Chen's whereabouts, preparing to capture him alive and send him back. In a remote town in the central, heavenly domain of the Central Plains, an ordinary-looking man with a resolute face was stunned when he heard the news, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, and he stood there in a daze. "Big brother Jinyang, I will definitely kill Gu Changa to avenge you and your Jialo holy land." His eyes were red, his teeth were clenched, and his body was trembling. He was extremely sad. He originally planned to enter the Jialo Holy Land because of his relationship with the Jialo Holy Sun, because the Jialo Holy Sun appreciated him. But he did not expect that the entire Jialo Holy Land would be destroyed and removed from the world. This made him extremely angry, and his killing intent was cold. He was simply mad with hatred. "Master, tell me quickly, how can I become stronger quickly? I want to kill Gu Changa. I want to kill him." Yi Chen clenched his teeth, his eyes red. Jinyang was a good brother that he had sincerely befriended. He was righteous and had treated him well. But in the end, because of his relationship with Yi Chen, he was implicated and led to the destruction of the Jialo Holy Land. And the source of all this was Gu Changa. He could not wait to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Even then, he could not vent his hatred. "Little Chin." In the ring space, Yanji shook her head a little helpless. This matter had developed into the situation that she did not want to see the most. She also gave up on persuading Yi Chen to let go of his hatred and prejudice, because Yi Chen's eyes were already red with anger. It was useless. The result now was either Yi Chen's death or Gu Changa's. In fact, she was also in a difficult situation. After all, she had a good impression of Gu Changa. But she could not ignore Yi Chen. Yanji sighed and said to Yi Chen, "According to the remnant page you obtained, the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm is about to open. Not only is there an ancient demonic tool sealed inside, there is also the inheritance of the original owner of the demonic tool. I will definitely get the inheritance and kill Gu Changa." The grief on Yi Chen's face disappeared, and he quickly calmed down. Hearing this, he could not help but clench his fists and clench his teeth. Chapter 46. The destruction of the Jialo sacred ground did not concern Gu Changa at all. To him, it was no different from stepping on an ant. Elder Ming was a divine king in the upper realm. Although he could not unleash strength beyond the virtual god realm in the lower realm, it was easy for him to destroy a sacred ground like this. In the past 10,000 years, there had been very few people who had broken through to the virtual god realm. Even marquee realm existences were grand supreme elders of sacred grounds and dynasties. There was not even a trace of emperor realm existences. Gu Changa guessed that only those ancient forbidden grounds and ancient sacred mountains could possibly have virtual god realm existences guarding them. Elder Ming's strength was enough for him to do whatever he wanted in Zhongzhou. Of course, Gu Changa was not so free. As long as they did not provoke him, he would not care. After leaving Jiaxing Pavilion, Lin Xiuhan and the others were obviously more afraid of him than before. They were not as casual as they were at the beginning. After seeing Gu Changa's true appearance, she was naturally frightened. He was cold, emotionless, and superior. He could easily decide the life and death of an ancient sacred ground. This was very different from the previous Gu Changa, who was like a gentleman. This made Lin Xiuhan feel a little confused. What did she like about Mr. Gu? Was it his gentleness, his conversation style, and his knowledge? "I scared you." Gu Changa naturally had a way to deal with this. His expression returned to his elegant and gentle self, and he stroked her hair. This trick was very effective on Lin Xiuhan. Her heart was beating very fast again. Mr. Gu, who was so cold and emotionless to others, was so gentle to her. This made her head start to feel dizzy again. A little. Lin Xiuhan answered honestly, "Mr. Gu, you scared me too." At this time, Su Qingge could not help but speak up. She felt that Gu Changa was ignoring her. Although she was smart, she was still a woman. Seeing how Guchanga was so gentle to others but always bullied her, she felt bitter. He couldn't help but feel sour in his heart, feeling a little wronged. Of course, she also knew that this was Guchanga's deliberate act. Guchanga glanced at her and smiled casually. "Did I scare you? That's fine." What did he mean by nothing would happen if he scared himself? What a differential treatment. Su Chinga rolled her eyes silently in her heart, feeling a little angry. This is an elementary level guide to the Tao of alchemy. Consider it my apology to you. As Guchanga spoke, he took out the detailed explanation of the elementary level of alchemy that he had already prepared and handed it to Lin Xiuhan. Sooner or later, he would find the right time to give it to her. He had spent 100 days of HP to exchange for this item from the system shop. Guchanga casually flipped through it. There were many elementary pill recipes recorded inside, which were very precious. Most of the major alchemy sects in the upper realm probably did not have such a detailed explanation of alchemy. The products of the system must be of the highest quality. The ancients did not lie to me. Thank you, young Master Gu. Lin Xiuhan was pleasantly surprised. Young Master Gu actually gave her something. How did he know that she was interested in alchemy? As she thought of this, Lin Xiuhan was even more moved. This was because her father had always asked her to cultivate diligently so that she could improve her cultivation base and not waste her energy on other aspects. As a result, she did not know much about alchemy, which she was very interested in. As long as you like it. Guchanga smiled. She had such a pure personality. It was fortunate that she met him. Otherwise, if she met someone else, she would probably count the money for them even if she was sold. Of course, he was also waiting for Lin Xiuhan to learn alchemy well so that he could use it in the future. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Because of Guchanga, the Lin family had been very busy these few days. Forces from all over the world came to visit, wanting to build a good relationship with them. The destruction of the Jialo Holy Land had given a common signal to all forces in the Middle Continent. The Lin family was going to rise strongly. Now, every Lin family member's face was filled with a proud smile. No matter where they went, as long as they said that they were from the Lin family, they would definitely be treated with respect and reverence. Although the Lin family was very powerful before, compared to the Lin family now, no, it was not comparable at all. Of course, all the Lin family members were in awe of Guchanga from the bottom of their hearts. They all knew who gave them all this. And these few days after hearing Guchanga's explanation, Lin Xiuhan had sent people to keep an eye on Lin Tian's corpse. What if he was really faking his death? She also held a skeptical attitude towards this. And during these 3 days, she also found something strange. That was that Lin Tian's corpse did not show any signs of decay. This was very strange. Even a cultivator who had cultivated a spiritual sea should have hardened 3 days after death. But this did not happen. One had to know that Lin Tian was a piece of trash who did not even cultivate a spiritual sea when he was alive. This discovery shocked Lin Xiuhan, and she started to believe what young Master Gu had said before. Lin Tian was not dead. He was just faking his death to deceive everyone. This made her angry, and her expression turned cold. Not only did her younger brother's body get taken away, but he also almost caused the Lin family to fall into eternal damnation. She wanted nothing more than to cut the person who took over her younger brother's body into 1,000 pieces. The light was dim, the air was humid, and the air was filled with a thick stench. On the ground, the cold and aged corpse of a young man suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. "Looks like I've successfully avoided a calamity." The corpse sat up straight and murmured as it looked around at its surroundings. Of course, he was none other than Lin Tian, who had faked his death at the crucial moment. He was a little glad that he was decisive. Then, Lin Tian observed his situation. In the dungeon, there seemed to be no one guarding outside. He was a divine king in his previous life, and he did not expect that he would use such a method to escape with his life. This made him feel a little self-deprecating. But in the end, he survived and deceived everyone. It seemed that the heavens did not want him to die. Luckily, I wasn't cremated, but I wasn't buried either. What a pity. But this situation is still acceptable. When the time comes, I'll just pretend to have amnesia and deceive everyone. With my experience in my previous life, this is not difficult. Gu, I will take revenge for this sooner or later. Soon, Lin Tian's face darkened again when he thought of Gu Changa's face. At this moment, the secret technique he used previously took effect. The severed heart meridians healed and the blood flowed. The cold corpse began to regain vitality. If someone was around, they would definitely be shocked and exclaim that this was impossible. A dead person was actually slowly reviving and regaining vitality. This was too unbelievable, and it could be called a miracle. However, Lin Tian's face was still old. No matter how heaven-defying the secret technique was, it could not make up for his lost lifespan. This matter puzzled him. What exactly was that person with the surname Gu hiding? How could he make the extraterrestrial demons so fearful? This was something he had never seen in his tens of thousands of years of cultivation in his previous life. The corpse came back to life. At this moment, a terrified voice suddenly sounded outside the dungeon. The Lin family disciple in charge of guarding Lin Tian's corpse came in and saw the scene of Lin Tian sitting up straight. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Chapter 47. When she found out that Lin Tian had come back from the dead, Lin Qiuhan was stunned for a moment. She quickly realized that this was definitely the fake death that young Master Gu had mentioned. She had always asked her clansmen to keep a close eye on Lin Tian's corpse and report to her at all times. Hence, Lin Qiuhan's expression was cold and furious. She immediately found Gu Changa and explained the situation. Now she would tell Gu Changa everything. She had completely regarded him as her pillar of support. Since Lin Tian has come back from the dead, let's see who he is and why he wants to possess someone else's body in the main hall. Gu Changa muttered to himself for a moment before speaking to Lin Qiuhan. Of course, he couldn't help but feel a little interested. After all, he had waited for 3 whole days for Lin Tian to come back from the dead. A good show was about to begin. Gu Changa naturally wouldn't miss it. After tonight, Lin Tian's final value as a leak would be squeezed dry by him. An expert possessing a body to come back from the dead? What was wrong with possessing a body? Why did he have to possess a piece of trash? Wouldn't it be better to possess a normal person? I will listen to young master. Lin Qiuhan nodded. Very quickly, Lin Qiuhan and Gu Changa arrived at the dungeon. The Lin clan disciple in charge of guarding the dungeon still had a frightened expression. Greetings to young Master Gu. After bowing to the two of them, he quickly left the dungeon. He kept feeling that something was wrong with his back. How could a person who had been dead for 3 days suddenly come back from the dead? Don't spread this around first, Lin Qiuhan said to the disciple who left. After all, resurrection from the dead was too strange and troublesome to explain. She didn't want to attract too much attention. In the dungeon, when Lin Tian saw Lin Qiuhan and Gu Changa walking over, he felt uneasy. However, he still had a confused expression on his face. It was easy to fool Lin Qiuhan. He just had to use the memories in his mind and not reveal any flaws. After all, this sister was actually very pure and kind. But facing Gu Changa, he wasn't sure. This Gu guy was too mysterious. If he wanted to trick him, he would have to put in a lot of effort. He might even fail and be seen through. Even though Lin Tian had fought countless battles in his life, he couldn't help but feel uneasy at this moment. Sister, why am I here? I remember that I was in a class. How did I wake up here? Who is this man? Why haven't I seen it before? After that, Lin Tian spoke with a perplexed expression, and there was just the right amount of perplexity in his expression. Pretending to have amnesia? Seeing this, Gu Changa sneered in his heart, but his expression did not change. He didn't say anything. After all, it was better for Lin Qiuhan to personally expose Lin Tian's disguise than for an outsider like him to do it. If his guess was correct, Lin Tian's final concern and obsession was Lin Qiuhan. If Lin Qiuhan viewed him with hatred and disgust, Lin Tian would definitely feel unreconciled after all. The main problem of the possession style was to resolve the original owner's obsession. If the obsession couldn't be resolved, it would naturally conflict with the control of the body. TSK. This way, it would be a dead, not that couldn't be resolved. Gu Chang'e would naturally be able to smoothly obtain the last 200 luck points on Lin Tian. At the same time, he would also complete the mission of killing the Child of Fate. After all, the luck points would drop when they were killed, and there would be additional heavenly Dao rewards. Gu Chang'e was looking forward to it. As for the matter of sibling killing each other, he believed that with Lin Tian's obsession causing trouble, it would definitely not happen. Lin Tian would definitely not do anything to harm Lin Qiuhan. At this time, why are you still acting in front of me? Looking at the face that looked exactly like her younger brother, Lin Qiuhan's face had a trace of regret, but it quickly returned to coldness and hatred. Sister, what are you saying? Why don't I understand what you are saying? Hearing this, Lin Tian was stunned and asked with a confused expression, as if he didn't understand what she was saying at all. He looked around and was a bit afraid. Sister, you still haven't answered my question. Why am I locked up in the dungeon? Lin Qiuhan's expression was cold, and she didn't say a word, nor did her expression change. If not for Sir Gu's reminder, she might have been deceived by the current Lin Tian, thinking that he didn't know what had happened in the past few days. When taking over a body, one could devour the other party's memories. This way, it would be too easy to pretend to have amnesia. Sister, I'm really your younger brother, Lin Tian. Why don't you believe me? Do you remember when you were 6 years old, you were scolded by your father and came to complain to me? However, no matter what Lin Tian said, Lin Qiuhan remained unmoved, and her expression became colder and colder. It would have been better if he didn't say anything, but the more he said, the more sorrowful and upset she felt, and she couldn't help but think of the past. It's counteracting. Lin Tian quickly noticed that something was wrong and knew that something was wrong, especially when he saw Gu Chang'e's interested expression. Lin Tian's heart kept sinking. He couldn't hide it from the two of them. Could it be that he had just escaped a calamity and was going to die here today? He was really unwilling. At this time, he could feel that Lin Tian's obsession was rejecting him, and he was extremely resentful towards him. His remnant soul started to intertwine with Lin Tian's obsession. Shut up! Lin Qiuhan finally couldn't take it anymore, and her eyes turned red as she said angrily and coldly, You really deserve to die! Sister! Lin Tian's eyes lost focus for a moment, and he couldn't help but mutter, Why? I've never harmed you. I've never even thought of harming you. Why are you treating me like this? The current him couldn't tell whether he was the heaven-slaughtering divine king or that trash Lin Tian. Their remnant souls and obsessions were intertwined. Ding! Lin Tian suffered a backlash from his obsession. Lost control of his body, lost 200 luck points. Fate points increased by 1,000. Notification: the current child of Destiny's luck points have been cleared to 0, triggering the kill drop rule. At this time, the system notification sounded in his mind. Gu Chang'e also knew that the time was right, so he revealed a gentle smile and comforted Lin Qiuhan. I know you can't do it, so why don't I be the bad guy? You go out first. Okay. Lin Qiuhan was touched, and she quickly left with red eyes. Although she really wanted to kill the person in front of her, she couldn't do it in front of her brother's face. After Lin Qiuhan left, Gu Chang'e approached Lin Tian with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Do you know why I didn't let anyone cremate or bury you? You know that I faked my death? Surnamed Gu, who are you and what is your motive? Lin Tian couldn't help but roar. At this moment, he was like a wild beast. Motive? What motive can I have? Didn't you always want to kill me? Gu Chang'e said, casually, and his eyes gradually turned dark. There seemed to be billions of black, demonic lights surging in his eyes. He looked straight at Lin Tian. "Who are you? How can you have such means?" Lin Tian couldn't help but be frightened. Looking at Gu Changa's eyes, he felt as if he had fallen into a dark abyss. His entire person was about to be swallowed by the dark vortex. This young man, surnamed Gu, had an incomparably terrifying demonic nature, and there seemed to be billions of demons dancing behind him, bringing chaos to the heavens. Even as a divine king in his previous life, he had never seen such a terrifying scene. Lin Xiuhan actually trusted him so much. This was too dangerous. Thinking of this, Lin Tian's heart faintly twitched again. He hated it. Why would a dead person know so much? Gu Changa looked coldly at Lin Tian, and his palm covered the space between his eyebrows. What demonic technique is this? Lin Tian was incomparably terrified, and he couldn't help but scream. Gu Changa's palm passed through his sea of consciousness, and a pitch-black brilliance bloomed, like a black bottle of the great Tao, rising and falling, able to swallow heaven and earth. Whoa! In the next moment, the black light flickered, and a terrifying suction force came from the mouth of the bottle. Lin Tian's remnant soul instantly disappeared, and everything returned to dead silence. So, you were a divine king in your previous life, but the taste of this remnant soul is not bad. Gu Changa couldn't help but close his eyes and pray softly. Chapter 48. The remnant soul of a god king was easily devoured by Gu Changa with his devouring immortal demonic technique. He closed his eyes and quietly experienced it. At the same time, he flipped through the memories of the heaven-slaughtering god king. For a son of destiny who was reincarnated as a loser, the most important thing was the divine arts and treasured arts that he learned in his previous life as well as his combat experience. Other than that, what else could there be? However, all of this belonged to Gu Changa now. The devouring immortal demonic technique could not only devour the source of kings, it could also devour souls. The reason why he asked Lin Xiuhan to leave was because he did not want to expose the demonic technique to anyone. There were many soul-searching methods in the upper realm, and he did not trust anyone other than himself. But the pleasure of devouring remnant souls to raise my primordial spirit is indeed incomparable. Once the demonic technique is exposed, no one can protect me. He felt that his primordial spirit strength was rapidly increasing, and had even surpassed many Emperor realm martial artists. Gu Changa could not help but think softly. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Son of Destiny's first kill completed. Triggering the rule of dropping luck points, calculating. Congratulations, Master, for dropping an additional Heavenly Tao reward chest, an additional 100 luck points and 500 fate points. Calculating the first kill reward. Obtained first kill treasure chest. Luck points exchange function activated. Master's own luck points can be exchanged for fate points. The exchange rate is 110. Hearing these notifications, Gu Changa could not help but be interested. Other than the additional Heavenly Tao reward chest, he actually obtained a first kill treasure chest. Luck points exchange function? That meant that his own luck points could be used as a universal currency? If that was the case, he had a trump card. Since ancient times, burning one's luck points could allow one to cross the heavens to save one's life. As a villain, if he encountered a crisis that he could not solve in the future, he could use his luck points to exchange for fate points. Perhaps he could solve the problem easily. Of course, Gu Changa would not do so easily. At least until now, he could see that luck points were very important. Without this thing, the Son of Destiny would be finished in an instant. Open the first clear treasure chest, Gu Changa said. He wanted to know what he could get. After all, this thing was the same as drawing cards in his previous life. It also depended on luck. As a golden light flashed before his eyes, a golden treasure chest jumped out and opened with a bang. Ding! Congratulations! Master's luck is off the charts. You have obtained Luck Plunder Card X3, 1/3 World Seed X1, System Calculation Critical Card X1. The cold, mechanical voice of the system sounded. Luck Plunder Card? Gu Changa felt a bit strange as he looked at the card's description. It could be used to plunder the Child of Fate's fate, and there was a certain chance of failure based on the Child of Fate's state. Plundering is a success. The Child of Destiny's Providence points have been cleared to 0. You can obtain the Child of Destiny's corresponding Providence points. The plunder failed, and there was no result. The system calculates the critical strike card. When calculating the reward, you can get a random critical hit, but it can be 0. 1 times, or even 10 times, 100 times. Gu Changa checked the functions of the other card and clicked his tongue. This also depended on luck, but according to the experience of opening 2 treasure chests, his luck was quite good. He was going to use it the next time he killed Yi Qin. As for the Luck Plunder card, it was a good thing. After all, if he wanted to directly obtain the luck points of the Child of Fate, he would have to continuously suppress the Child of Fate. The Luck Plunder card could ignore the suppression process and plunder directly. Of course, there was also a chance of failure. Gu Changa looked at the price of the Luck Plunder card in the system shop. It was 10,000 fate points each. Sorry to disturb. In other words, he had to ensure that he could earn at least 2,000 luck points. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. However, Gu Changa was also guessing that the Child of Fate he would encounter in the future would not have too low luck points. Right now, the Azure Heaven realm he was in was simply too weak. It was not considered a strong realm among the many lower realms. In his knowledge, it was at most a small world. Void God realm experts could break through the space barrier. The larger lower realms, such as the medium worlds, should be the world where the heaven-killing Divine King was originally from. One needed to cultivate to the Divine King realm to break through the barrier. The upper realm he was in was the platform and hub that connected these small worlds, medium worlds, and great worlds. It was intricate and complicated. Then Gu Changa opened another heavenly Dao bonus treasure chest. He guessed that it should be related to the Child of Fate. A golden light flashed before his eyes, and a notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the Child of Fate Halo. The current halo has been automatically converted. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the Villain of Fate Halo. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the Heart of the Divine King, Villain of Fate Halo. Gu Changa did not care about the rest. He mainly looked at the description of the halo and could not help but become interested. Villain of Fate. With Destiny, a villain can eliminate the Child of Fate and ignore the difference in luck. Ignore the difference in luck? What does that mean? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows and asked the system. If the difference in luck is too great, it will lead to a luck backlash. When the Master's strength surpasses the Child of Fate by too much, but the difference in luck is too great, the Heavenly Tao will protect the Child of Fate and cause a luck backlash to the Master. The system explained. So, when I first transmigrated, my luck points were too low, but my strength was too great. The Heavenly Tao could not affect my intelligence, so it created a luck backlash to protect the Child of Fate. Gu Changa was very clear about this. Now that his luck points had risen, he naturally did not care about the luck backlash when dealing with the Yi Qin and Lin Tian. But what if he encountered such a situation in the future? The Villain of Fate Halo had resolved this hidden danger, and he felt very comfortable. As for the Heart of the Divine King, Gu Changa casually glanced at it. It was the Tao heart of a Divine King, cultivator who had cultivated for several tens of thousands of years. Lin Tian, the Child of Fate, did not have much of a mental state in his opinion. However, since it was a system reward, there should be no problem. Gu Changa directly chose to merge with it. He felt as if his entire body was wrapped in a warm light. His consciousness was somewhat muddled, as if he had settled down for several tens of thousands of years and had seen many things and scenes in an instant. 10,000 years in a glance reincarnation rushed by. But soon it became clear again. Gu Changa frowned. There seemed to be no difference in mental state. However, his feelings and thoughts had indeed changed a lot. But overall, compared to before, it was much better. After all, he was a transmigrator. Although he adapted quickly, there was still a process. With the help of the heart of the Divine King, it saved him a lot of time. Mental state was not much different from luck. It was somewhat illusory, and everyone had different understandings. Chapter 49. Lin Tian was already dead, and all that was left was an empty shell. To Gu Changa, there were a few ways to deal with the Child of Fate. One was to directly kill him, which was the simplest method. However, he would only obtain a portion of the fate points and would not trigger the rule of losing fate points, so there would be no additional heavenly Tao reward. Before the Child of Fates, many opportunities were triggered. It would be difficult for him to obtain them. The other way was to continuously suppress the Child of Destiny, like what he was doing now, to obtain destiny points and take away his opportunities at the same time. After the fate points were cleared, he would be able to obtain additional heavenly Tao rewards. Although it was more troublesome, it was also the most beneficial method. Gu Changa was very clear on which method to choose. Afterward, he calmly walked out of the prison and summoned his status interface again. It could be said that it was completely different from before. Owner, Gu Changa Aura. Destined villain identity. Tao Heaven Immortal Palace's true disciple bloodline. Demonic heart and Tao bone cultivation. Mid-Marquis, realm arts, and abilities. Tao Heaven Immortal Canon. 1,000 transformations demon body talent. Innate divine will talent. Devouring immortal demonic art fate points. For 500 luck points. For 150 black. System shop. Unlocked inventory. Domain shattering talisman X1. 1/3 of the world seed X2. Fate Plunder Card X3, System Calculation Critical Card X1 inch after this round of harvest. I've made a huge profit. Gu Changa could not help but smile. With 4,500 fate points, I can do a lot of things now. Also, it's time for the 8th Desolation Demon, Halberd, to appear. I'll deal with Yi Chen's matter while I'm at it. After all, he's no longer of any use. It's time to make some preparations for the upper realm. Otherwise, when I return, the situation will be a bit worse. Afterward, Gu Changa frowned and began to think about the upper realm's matter, preparing a plan to deal with it. Just as he had thought before, although he had the backing of the Changshan clan and joined the immortal sect, his situation in the upper realm was not good. After all, his purpose in joining the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace was not very pure. The reason why he was a true disciple and not a descendant was also because of Gu Changa's other identity. Many of the upper echelons of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace had always been wary of him. He had to think of a way to stabilize his position after returning to the upper realm. Otherwise, he would play himself to death before he could play the son of destiny to death. The Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace was one of the most powerful immortal orthodoxies in the upper world. It had existed for a very long time, so it was needless to say how terrifying it was. Many ancient aristocratic families and supreme immortal dynasties also did everything they could to send their disciples and clansmen in, wanting to obtain opportunities. Although Gu Changa had the support of the Everlasting family, it was still very troublesome for him to take over the Everlasting sect. Of course, these were problems that he would have to consider when he returned to the upper realm. Let's not talk about that for now. Young Master Gu! Outside the dungeon, Lin Xiuhan had been waiting for Gu Changa. Seeing him come out, she couldn't help but call out. Her eyes were still a little red, and she had yet to recover from her grief. It's all right now. I've already helped you settle Lin Tian's matter. I've also helped you destroy the remnant soul of the powerhouse who took over his body. Gu Changa smiled and comforted her. Thank you, young Master Gu. I have to trouble you with such a small matter. Lin Xiuhan was touched. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Gu Changa's voice was gentle, and his smile didn't change at all. Even if Lin Xiuhan wanted to kill Lin Tian personally, Gu Chang'e wouldn't agree. If he didn't do it personally, how could the additional heavenly axiom reward drop? However, Gu Chang'e could gain Lin Xiuhan's favor by the way and let her work for her sincerely in the future. How could Gu Chang'e refuse? Let your brother rest in peace. His body has been taken over for so long. Maybe his soul hasn't dissipated yet, and he still has a chance to reincarnate. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. During the possession, Lin Tian's soul was fused with heaven's slaughtering divine king. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an obsession. Speaking of which, Lin Tian's soul was also devoured by Gu Chang'e just now. Reincarnation was naturally just a saying. However, at this time, he naturally had to comfort Lin Xiuhan. Got it. I'll order someone to bury little Lin. Lin Xiuhan didn't expect Gu Chang'e to be so considerate for her. She was touched and quickly went to give the order. Seeing her leave, Gu Chang'e's smile disappeared and he didn't say anything. It was easy to deal with a pure woman. He just had to have a good appearance. Speak in a refined manner and be gentle. In the following time, Gu Chang'e wasn't too anxious. He first spent 3,000 days of life points to raise his cultivation to Marquis late stage. Marquis late stage compared to mid stage, it was only a small increase. However, for young paragons, it was a huge increase in battle strength. Gu Chang'e didn't fight much, but that didn't mean he wasn't strong. He just didn't need to fight at all. Just his aura alone could suppress everyone. If he really fought, he was confident that he could easily kill Marquis realm cultivators. Of course, breaking through a small level would cost a lot of life points. Gu Chang'e estimated that if he wanted to break through to the peak of Marquis realm, he would need at least 5,000 life points. However, it was worth it. Now, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon was almost at the 8th level. In Gu Chang'e's memory, the few true disciples of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace in the upper realm hadn't reached this level. Of course, he didn't know if they had any breakthroughs or had any fortuitous encounters. However, it had been almost half a year since he came to the lower realm. In his opinion, Gu Chang'e's progress was already very fast. There were less than 3 days before the Middle Ground Prodigy Tao Discussion Conference. Chongyue Ancient City was getting more and more lively. The streets were full of cultivators and living beings from all sects and clans. After experiencing the destruction of the Jialo sacred ground, more sects and forces were obviously more respectful of the young upper realm cultivator. However, the same logic applied. As long as they got on the good side of the young upper realm cultivator, wouldn't power be at their fingertips? Look at how the Lin family was now. They were so arrogant and overbearing everywhere they went. Not only did no one dare to offend them, but they also had to flatter them. In this world where power was respected, the strong meant power. Many forces had such a plan in mind. At this moment in Chongyue Ancient City, in a palace shrouded in spirit fog, a few young beings of different appearances were talking. Some had wings on their backs, some had purple scales on their foreheads, some were as handsome as gods, and some had arms wrapped in flames. Every one of them was wrapped in divine light and had a powerful aura. Even the successors of the various sacred grounds in Middle Ground were nothing in front of them. They didn't even have the qualifications to stand side by side with them. Even the weakest person had the cultivation base of a mighty figure, enough to look down on some of the older generation powerhouses. Moreover, there were old servants and servants with terrifying auras standing near this group of young beings. If there were cultivators from the outside here, they would definitely exclaim and turn pale with horror. The ancient Divine Mountain. This group of young beings all came from the ancient Divine Mountain and had a terrifying background. Now, they were discussing something here. I didn't expect the Jialo sacred ground to be destroyed. That young man from the upper realm, who is he? The young being with wings on his back shook his head with a look of regret. Of course, this look of regret was just an act. In essence, he was also disdainful of the Jialo sacred ground and didn't care at all. No matter who he is, I will make him pay the price. A beautiful girl with a cold expression and a murderous intent said as she pressed the snow-white long sword on the table. Chapter 50. The girl was dressed in purple, and her skin was as white as jade. Her facial features were exquisite, and her legs were long and straight. She exuded an extremely cold aura. She did not look very old, only about 17 or 18 years old. Her eyes were completely different from those of the human race. They were like colored glass, extremely beautiful and moving. The group of young beings from the ancient god mountain here also looked like they saw her as their leader. It was obvious that the girl in purple had a high status in the ancient god mountain. Everyone looked at her with respect in their eyes, hearing the beautiful girl's words. The young being with the wings waved his hand and said, "Miss Lu Li, don't worry. That young man from the upper world may have a strong background, but to us from the ancient god mountain he is nothing. He dares to offend Miss Lu Li. This matter will not end here. He, our ancient god mountain has not appeared for tens of thousands of years. The azure sky world has probably forgotten about our existence. When we were in charge of the azure sky world, they were just our slaves. A young man from the upper world with an old servant can actually cause chaos in middle ground." The rest of the young beings nodded in agreement. There was a faint sense of arrogance and disdain. The so-called sacred grounds of the middle ground were no different from ants in their eyes. They could wipe them out with a wave of their hand. Because the ancient god mountain was also close to the upper world, there were many void god realm super experts in the ancient god mountain. Some of the great clans behind them even ruled over endless territories, existing since the archaic era, incomparably ancient. Even those supreme sage, orthodoxies, and immortal inheritances had to be treated with respect. Hearing this, the girl in purple nodded without saying a word. However, the cold aura was even colder. Then many young beings began to speak, deciding to bring the young man from the upper world here and let the girl in purple deal with him. The girl in purple shook her head and said with a cold gaze, "I want to see for myself who this person is. How dare you be so bold as to harm brother Yi Qin like this? He only has an old servant in the void god realm, and he dares to be so fierce. I won't let him go so easily." When the crowd heard this, they all agreed. In front of Miss Lu Li. So what if that person has a strong background? When the time comes, he will definitely kneel and beg for mercy. The purple-clothed girl in front of him had an incomparably noble identity. She was a direct descendant of a terrifying clan in the upper realm. The girl's name was Yi Liuli. When he was 3 years old, he was fostered in the lower realm for some reason. However, when she was 6 years old, the ancient divine mountain where she lived was in turmoil. She had no choice but to be placed in the home of an old servant's descendant. And that family was precisely the Yi family that Yi Qin belonged to. During that period of time, she and Yi Chen had grown up together, and their relationship was very deep. When he was 13 years old, Yi Liuli was brought back to the ancient divine mountain to cultivate. He cultivated there for 5 whole years. This time, Yi Liuli was going to find Yi Qin, but he didn't expect to hear a lot of bad news along the way. This made her shocked, uneasy, and angry. Brother Yi Chen had actually offended a big shot from the upper world, and had no choice but to flee all the way from the eastern wasteland to the central continent. Moreover, in her opinion, those rumors were absolutely untrue. What did he mean by coveting the number 1 beauty of the eastern wilderness? What do you mean by a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Brother Yi Chen was an honest, kind, and determined person. He would never do something like that. It must be a false accusation. What was even more outrageous was that the Jialo sacred ground, which was related to Brother Yi Chen, had been destroyed. This made her extremely angry, and her killing intent was awe-inspiring. After calming down, Yi Liuli went all the way to Rushing Moon Ancient City. She knew that the so-called big shot from the upper world was here. She wanted to see what kind of background that young man from the upper world had. She wanted to avenge Brother Yi Qin. "Aunt Xue, I want to know about Brother Qin." All of a sudden, Eulalie spoke to the void behind her, her voice cold. Buzz! A layer of ripples spread out, and the figure of a middle-aged beauty appeared, hiding in the void, hiding the heaven and earth. This kind of technique was already within the realm of the void god. Hearing this, a trace of helplessness flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged beauty called Aunt Shue. She said softly, "Young miss, I don't know where Yi Chin is hiding now. I also don't know where he is. I only know that he came to the central continent." Although she said so, she obviously didn't care about it. It was just Yi Chin. He was not worth the attention of the noble young miss. After finding Yi Chin, the first thing she wanted to do was to keep Yi Chin away from the young miss in the future. Yi Chin was not worthy of the young miss at all. He did not even have the qualifications to look up to her. The two of them were from two completely different worlds. They would not have any interaction in the future. "Is that so?" Eulalie said to herself sadly. Brother Yi Chin must have suffered a lot during this period. Her expression was a little dazed. She recalled some of the memories of the past. She had a noble status. Her peers in the Yi family did not dare to speak to her. They were incomparably afraid of her. Only brother Yi Chin was not afraid of her. Moreover, whenever he had something fun, he would share it with her. If there was anything delicious, he would give it to her immediately. Once, in order to pick a fruit for her, he went deep into the forest behind the mountain and almost lost his life there. When she thought of this, Eulalie felt even more sad, worried, and uneasy. She was afraid that something would happen to brother Yi Chin. She would feel guilty for the rest of her life. "Miss, you will return to the upper realm sooner or later. You are destined to be a true phoenix, soaring in the 9 heavens. Yi Chin will probably not even reach the void god realm in this lifetime. I advise you." Seeing this, the middle-aged woman called Aunt Shue could not help but persuade her. In her opinion, that kid called Yi Chin was not a good person. He did not have good intentions. At such a young age, he knew how to please the young miss and gain the favor of girls. Only those young talents from the upper realm were good matches for the young miss. However, Eulalie shook her head and interrupted her. She said firmly, "Aunt Shue, you don't have to say any more. I know you all look down on brother Yi Chin, but I believe in him. He will definitely soar to the sky in the future." I still remember what he said. Don't bully the poor young. Aunt Shue was helpless. She did not know how to persuade her. She just thought that the young miss would see more of those young talents from the upper realm in the future. She would understand that Yi Chin was nothing. 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Don't bully the poor young. But so what if he was given 30,000 years? Some people stood at the end of the line when they were born that they would never be able to reach. "Aunt Shue, let's go see who that so-called young master from the upper realm is. When the time comes, I will have to trouble you with his void god realm old servant." Eulalie's face quickly returned to its cold expression. She was ready to go to the ancient Lin family to find that young master and avenge brother Yi Chin. Chapter 51. Eulalie was very confident in Auntie Shue. She also knew that the old servant of the young man from the upper realm was definitely more than the virtual god realm. However, in this environment, she could only exert the strength of the virtual god realm at most. In the upper realm, Auntie Shue's strength was far beyond the virtual god realm. Otherwise, she would not have been sent down to protect her. One should know that even the great ancestors from the ancient divine mountain were very respectful in front of Auntie Shue, not daring to even breathe loudly. "Don't worry, my lady." The beautiful middle-aged woman nodded. Since it was her lady's request, she would definitely do as she was told. Since the other party was able to descend to the lower realm, he must have a powerful background. However, she did not care. No matter how powerful his background was, he would still be afraid when facing the ancient immortals from the upper realm. Soon, they left the celestial court and headed toward the Lin family's mansion. A creature from the ancient divine mountain appeared in the world and rushed to the Lin family with a murderous aura. It immediately caused a huge commotion in the ancient city of Chongyue. Many cultivators were shocked. They all rushed to the Lin clan to find out what was going on. Many people had a hunch that something big was going to happen. They even felt that it was related to that young man. In the Lin family, there were many mansions and majestic palaces. It looked solemn. In the palace, Gu Changa was sitting in a chair and drinking tea leisurely. Beside him, Su Chinga was peeling spirit fruits for him and bringing them to his mouth. He would tease her from time to time, causing her to roll her eyes. He was quite relaxed. In the past few days, Lin Xiuhan's terrifying talent in alchemy had finally shown itself. As the old saying went, gold shines wherever it is. Without the guidance of a master, she could refine some pills that could only be refined by an experienced alchemist with just the basic, detailed explanation of alchemy that Gu Changa exchanged from the system store. If hard work was useful, what was the use of geniuses? Lin Xiuhan's talent in this area was enough to make many alchemy geniuses blush with shame. This also made Gu Changa even more determined to train her. A compliment or two to Lin Xiuhan would make her happy for a day or two. With Gu Changa's acquiescence, the patriarch of the Lin family did not dare to advise Lin Xiuhan to give up on alchemy. Instead, he used the power of the entire Lin family to let her focus on her studies. They could see that if the Lin family wanted to go further, they had to count on Lin Xiuhan to win Gu Changa's favor. But at this time, there was a sudden earthquake outside the Lin family. The runes on the gate of the mansion flashed, and a terrifying aura spread out. All the members of the Lin family were stunned. What? Who are you? Who are you? You actually dared to barge into my ancient Lin family? Are you courting death? Immediately, someone shouted, incomparably furious. Now, the Lin family was different from the past, especially after the ancestor had destroyed the Jialo Holy Land with a single palm strike. This had boosted the power of the Lin family. Normally, when cultivators passed by the Lin family mansion, they would tremble with fear and respect. However, this was the first time they had seen someone who didn't conceal their aura at all. This could be considered a provocation to the Lin family. Boom! Many elders of the Lin family appeared in the sky, with wisps of golden light in their eyes. The aura of the Almighty Realm was released, and it was intimidating. They valued their reputation very much, and such a move was tantamount to humiliating them. Haha! The small Lin family has seen the ancient divine mountain, but you still haven't come to pay your respects? Outside the Lin family mansion, a tall young creature with scales between his eyebrows sneered, and his voice spread. On this street, many cultivators were shocked. Their ears were ringing, and their blood was surging. They were shocked, as expected of the legendary ancient divine mountain. Even a young creature was so powerful. This kind of strength was already at the Almighty Realm. The ancient divine mountain, the expressions of the people of the Lin family changed. If there was any force in the middle state that they were afraid of, it was definitely the ancient divine mountain. The ancient divine mountain was connected to the upper realm, and they had a very close relationship. There was a deity overseeing it. Everyone from the ancient divine mountain, why have you come to my Lin family? The head of the Lin family appeared, and his expression was also unpleasant. If it was any other time, he would definitely be frightened. However, now that the elder ancestor was here, and young Master Gu was also here, he felt slightly relieved. However, on second thought, the purpose of this group of young creatures was probably for young Master Gu. Ask that young lord from the upper realm to come out. Our Lady wants to see him. The young creature with a pair of wings on his back sneered. He was high and mighty, and he was disdainful of all cultivators. The head of the Lin family thought to himself, as expected, if you want to see young Master Gu, please wait for a moment. I'll go and ask him now. Then he frowned and spoke. Although the other party came from the ancient divine mountain and had the upper realm behind them. However, meeting young Master Gu was not something that could be done as and when one wished. He had to ask for young Master Gu's opinion first. Moreover, Young Master Gu's identity was noble. How could he let young Master Gu meet him personally? This was no different from humiliating him. He came with ill intentions. You want us to meet him? Do you know who Our Lady is? If she wants to destroy your small Lin family, it's just a matter of a word. The young creature looked displeased, and his attitude was extremely contemptuous. He was very dissatisfied with the attitude of the head of the Lin family. When the cultivators in the distance heard this, they were shocked. Destroy the Lin family with a word? This kind of tone was really not small at all. This group of creatures from the ancient divine mountain had such a big background. Everyone was shocked. The expressions of the people of the Lin family were also ugly. This group of creatures from the ancient divine mountain was too much. Kate Tian, shut up. Hearing this, Yi Liuli couldn't help but frown. She was here to avenge brother Yi Qin and didn't want to make things too troublesome. She immediately said coldly, "Please tell them that cousin Yi Qin wants to see that young lord." Hearing this, the expressions of the people of the Lin family changed. The expressions of the many cultivators in the distance also changed greatly. During this period of time, the name Yi Qin could be said to be known by everyone in the central region. He was commonly known as the god of plagues and jinx. The destruction of the Jialo holy ground could be said to be directly related to Yi Qin. But now, this girl in purple with a terrifying background actually claimed to be Yi Qin's cousin? It seemed that the enemy had come knocking on the door. Everyone felt like they couldn't wrap their heads around this. The head of the Lin family took a deep breath, his face a little dignified. "Okay, I will go and report to the young master." After saying that, he went to the depths of the palace to report. It seemed that there was big trouble today. The other party dared to come directly. They must have a lot of confidence. However, the head of the Lin family had only taken a few steps. Rumble! A terrifying sound suddenly came from the void, as if a big millstone was moving. Buzz! Runes flashed, turning into a terrifying golden palm, like a celestial emperor suppressing the heavens. Its speed was too fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. No one could react. Then it slapped down from the sky. The young creature with the wings on his back had a look of horror and despair as he shouted. "Miss Save!" However, before the word I could finish, he was slapped into a cloud of blood, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. At this time, the understatement of a young man's voice came from the depths of the Lin family palace. "Let them in." Chapter 52. There was dead silence in front of the Lin family mansion. Even the people of the Lin family were stunned and speechless. It happened so fast that the people outside the mansion couldn't react in time. The winged young creature was immediately slapped into a bloody mist, frightening all of the cultivators. His old servant's face was deathly pale, and he was incomparably terrified. That slap was so fast that he couldn't stop it in time. More importantly, he couldn't stop it. It had the power of an Emperor Realm cultivator. He was only a half-step Marquis Realm cultivator. How could he block it? Young mistress! He couldn't help but grieve, but he didn't dare to do anything. He could only look towards Yi Liuli for help. Yi Liuli's face was also pale with fright. Just a second ago, he was still alive, but the next moment he was slapped to death in front of her. She had never seen such a scene before. She was only an 18-year-old girl after all. She had always been cultivating in the godly mountain and had never seen such a scene. But soon, she took a deep breath and recovered. Her face was cold. After all, her state of mind was far beyond her peers. She had Auntie Shui behind her. "Let's go in," Yi Liuli said, and immediately walked into the Lin family mansion. The ancient, godly mountain beings followed behind. However, compared to how arrogant they were at the start, they were now much more restrained. They were all so frightened. The other party's attitude was more domineering than they had imagined. He directly killed one of them. This young man from the upper world might not be as simple as they thought. The beautiful middle-aged woman, hiding in the void, couldn't help but frown as she pondered. She also wanted to save that young man. No matter what, he was on the young lady's side. However, she felt a very powerful aura locking onto her. It wasn't weaker than her. It was definitely the ancestor of the Lin family, the legendary old servant. She was shocked. She was at the heavenly god realm when she was at her peak. Even the true gods had to bow down to her. The ancestor of the Lin family was at least at the heavenly god realm, or perhaps at the godly king realm. She felt that something was wrong. An old servant who was suspected to be a divine king at his peak? Things were definitely not as simple as the young miss thought. Moreover, she could faintly sense that the palm strike earlier was an ultimate technique of some imperishable orthodoxy from the upper realm. It was even a fluctuation that had reached the regal realm. However, she wasn't sure if that was the case. She just felt that it was very similar. A young man with such strength? He's definitely a young paragon. A young man with the surname Gu? There aren't many people with the surname Gu in the upper realm. Could it be that family? Aunt Shui suddenly remembered this matter. Now that she thought about it, she felt that something was wrong. After all, there were not many families with the surname Gu in the upper realm. This surname was unlike the surnames Yi and Wang, and the clan she knew was no weaker than the primordial immortal clan behind her young miss. If that's the case, then this is also an opportunity. A mere Yi Qin is not worth mentioning at all, miss, although you are the patriarch's most beloved daughter. You are not the only one. Perhaps this is your chance. Thinking of this, Auntie Shui's eyes lit up. She was a little excited. Her figure emerged from the void on her own accord. She followed behind Yi Liuli, ready to analyze the situation with her. Aunt Shui. Yi Liuli was a little surprised. Aunt Shui usually didn't appear on her own accord. Miss, in my opinion, this might be a misunderstanding. However, what Aunt Shui said next made Yi Liuli's expression freeze. What's going on? This woman seems to be expressing goodwill to me. In the void, Elder Ming was a little confused. If this beautiful middle-aged woman had dared to make a move earlier, she would have faced a thunderous attack from him. However, this beautiful middle-aged woman had obviously noticed him and was instead expressing goodwill to him. This made him a little confused. Of course, if it didn't involve his young master's safety, he wouldn't have interfered and wouldn't have made a move so easily. The overbearing ancient divine mountain actually cowered and changed their attitude. This young man is too strong. He killed them with a single palm strike. This strength is far beyond the Marquis realm, right? I can't imagine it. I can't believe it's a young man. This is too scary. The young lord of the upper realm is really unfathomable. Outside the Lin family mansion, the group of cultivators was shocked. Today's scene made their hearts tremble. This was the first time they saw the mysterious young lord in action, but it left a terrifying impression on them. For the Middle Continent, the ancient divine mountain was a land of gods that couldn't be offended. Many forces and inheritances had been destroyed because they offended the ancient divine mountain. It was needless to say how terrifying it was. However, it was obvious that this young lord's background was even more terrifying than the ancient divine mountain. They were even more in awe of Gu Changa. In the palace, Gu Changa sat on the main seat, wearing a black robe, while Su Chinga stood beside him. He withdrew his outstretched hand with a playful expression. Naturally, the sounds coming from outside the mansion couldn't escape his senses. Yi Chen's cousin? Ancient bloodline, foster in the lower realm. Deep relationship, this was so familiar and melodramatic. Of course, he had this speculation a long time ago, but he didn't expect it to be confirmed. Those stupid authors in his previous life didn't lie to him. Young master, are you going to kill them? Su Chinga asked doubtfully. No, how can I, who is so elegant and easygoing, kill them? It's too wasteful. I'm touched that you're in such a hurry to send me some warmth. Gu Changa smiled faintly and walked out of the palace with his hands behind his back. He happened to meet Yi Liuli and the others who were led by the Lin family head. Almost instantly, Yi Liuli recognized the young man in front of him. It was the young lord from the upper realm. Although he had never seen him before, this kind of arrogance and calm attitude could not be concealed at all. This is what a young lord from the upper realm should be like. Aunt Shue's eyes lit up as she praised in her heart. Chapter 53. In front of the main hall, Gu Changa stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm as he sized up the girl in front of him. Her skin was as white as jade. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful. Her legs were long and straight, emitting an extremely cold aura. She did not look very old, only 17 or 18 years old. However, her eyes were completely different from those of the human race. They were like colored glass, which showed that she was indeed of another race's bloodline. He clicked his tongue in his heart. Yi Chen's luck with women was quite good, not to mention other things. No matter which woman he had a relationship with, they were all heavenly beauties that were rarely seen in the world. Moreover, Gu Changa checked Yi Liuli's luck points. There were more than 800 of them. It had to be said that this amount of luck points was already very shocking. It was even more than Yi Chen's. Of course, this was also within Gu Changa's expectations. Right now, Yi Chen's biggest backer was naturally this so-called cousin of his. As for how to deal with Yi Chen's cousin, Gu Changa already had a plan in mind. Childhood sweethearts, right? In the end, she was just a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Even an old monster like Yanji, who had lived for a long time, was toyed with in the palm of his hand. What did this count for? His expression was calm, and he did not speak. After all, he was not in a hurry. While Gu Changa was sizing up Yi Liuli, Aunt Shue, and the others were naturally sizing up Gu Changa as well. Aunt Shue was full of admiration in her heart. She was even more certain of her previous guess and decision. Gu Changa's appearance was naturally needless to say. His black robe made his figure even more tall and straight. His bearing was extremely noble and elegant, revealing an innate sense of superiority. If the person standing in front of her was a young god, she would not be surprised. Compared to the real young supremes of the upper realm, the so-called young elites of the lower realm were like fireflies in front of the bright moon. They were not even qualified to be compared. As for Yi Chen, in front of this 9 true dragons, he was like an ant. "You're that young Master Gu?" Yi Liuli finally asked with a frown on his face. She naturally asked while knowing the answer. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to break the silence. From this young man, she felt that this matter was thorny, as well as a very terrifying pressure. Even though he was just standing there, he was looking down with a playful expression as if he was looking at a small ant. This made her very uncomfortable. He didn't know how to voice the questions he wanted to ask at the start. Especially when she came in, Auntie Shue mentioned something to her. This young Master Gu's background was definitely not inferior to hers. In other words, Auntie Shue would not interfere unless her life was in danger. She was only a half-step Holy Lord, so it was impossible for her to be a match for this young man. She had come in such a menacing manner, but in the end, she had ended up in such a state. This made her feel very embarrassed and foolish. Hearing this, Gu Changa just glanced at her and didn't say anything. This contemptuous attitude made Yi Liuli's expression turn sluggish, and she clenched her teeth. Whether it was on the ancient divine mountain or outside, no one had ever dared to look down on her like this, especially when the other party was a man. However, she wasn't an ordinary person, so she quickly calmed down. At this moment, Auntie Shue stepped out from behind her and smiled. She cupped her hands and said, "Greetings, young Master Gu. My young lady is Yi Liuli. I am the protector in charge of protecting her in the lower realm. My young lady and her servants offended you just now and were rude. I hope young Master Gu will be magnanimous and not take offense." Her attitude was sincere and didn't seem to be fake. In terms of dealing with people, she was hundreds of times better than Yi Liuli. Auntie Shue. Seeing Auntie Shue's attitude, Yi Liuli was stunned. She didn't understand and didn't dare to believe it. The living beings of the ancient divine mountain behind her were also shocked. They knew very well how powerful Auntie Shue was. This kind of powerhouse usually wouldn't show himself. But why was she so kind and friendly today? After all, they were here for revenge and justice. Auntie Shue, you've gone too far. Yi Liuli's expression darkened. She was a little angry. At the end of the day, Auntie Shue was only a retainer of the Yi clan. How could she make decisions for her master? Young lady, this might really be a misunderstanding. Why don't we take this opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding? Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if the flood washed over the Dragon King Temple. Auntie Shue's smile froze, and she hurriedly said, she was doing this for Yi Liuli's sake. She had accompanied her young lady for so many years. How could she harm her? Oh, is that so? Senior, you're being too polite. Tell me why you're here. Seeing this, Gu Changa finally spoke. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry from his expression. He seemed to be interested. This protector of Yi Liuli was interesting. Of course, if that was the case, things would be easier to handle. But before that, may I ask if young Master Gu is from the Longevity Gu clan? Hearing this, Auntie Shue smiled and cupped her hands. My young lady is from the immemorial immortal clan's Yi clan. Speaking of which, our two clans should know each other. She brought up Yi Liuli's background first to let Gu Changa know that they were not simple. Moreover, her young lady was the youngest daughter of the master of the Yi clan. Her status was indescribable. Naturally, she was not comparable to the average Yi clan disciple. Of course, Gu Changa's calling of a senior made her smile even more. She had a better impression of him. No matter what, he could not escape the identity of the Upper Realm's young supreme being. As one of the oldest clans in the Upper Realm, the immemorial immortal clan and the immemorial immortal clan were both forces that controlled endless territories. The difference was that the immemorial immortal clan was mostly made up of humans. The immemorial immortal clan was mostly made up of other races, commonly known as the 10,000 clans. They definitely knew each other. She said this because she wanted to confirm Gu Changa's identity. When they heard Auntie Shue's words, the expressions of the people from the ancient divine mountain behind her could not help but change, and they turned a little pale. If Gu Changa really had such a background, cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads, and chills ran down their backs. Why did she not say it before coming? Why did she only say it now? They were very regretful. They could not afford to offend the immemorial immortal clan, and naturally, they could not afford to offend the immemorial immortal clan either. Yi Liuli wanted to say something, but he could not help but fall silent. So you are from the immemorial immortal clan. No wonder Miss Yi Liuli is so fearless and directly came knocking on our door. Hearing this, Gu Changa said indifferently, not denying it, my father has dealt with clan leader Yi many times in the past. It seems that you know about my Gu clan, senior. His expression was a little playful. In terms of background and origin, he did not need to fear anyone. Auntie Shue could naturally tell from his tone. Not only was Gu Changa a disciple of the immemorial immortal clan, but he might also be the son of the Gu clan's clan leader. After all, someone who could deal with clan leader, Yi was naturally in existence of the same level. The power of such a person could easily change the world and influence eternity. It was simply unimaginable and could be described as monstrous. Most importantly, she also knew that the clan leader of the immemorial immortal clan only had one son. As long as this young man in front of her did not fall, he would stand at the peak of the upper realm in the future. He might even be in charge of the immemorial immortal clan in the future. At the thought of this, the smile on her face deepened, and she became more humble and respectful, even a little fawning and flattering. It could be said that it was a supreme honor for Gu Changa to call her senior. At this moment, Yi Liuli's head also buzzed and her face turned pale. Things had completely gone beyond her expectations. Thud! The group of ancient divine mountain creatures were pale, and they were even more terrified. They directly knelt down. Just now, Kei Tian spoke rudely. I hope you can be magnanimous. Their voices were trembling, and they were almost scared to death. Although they did not speak rudely, what if they were implicated? Chapter 54. Sir, please spare our lives. We failed to recognize Mount Tai and have offended you in any way. The group of deities from the ancient divine mountain knelt there, their faces drained of blood. They were pale and terrified. They looked as if they had met their natural enemy. Where was the arrogance and haughtiness that they had when they first arrived? The people from the Lin family were secretly pleased when they saw this. No matter how powerful they were, they still had to kneel in front of young Master Gu. Why is this happening? At this moment, Yulili's face was slightly pale as she gripped her sword tightly. She was not stupid. On the contrary, she was smarter than many of her peers. She could tell from the conversation just now. The Gu Changa in front of her had a higher status than her. Although she was backed by the upper realm's primordial immortal tribe, Gu Changa was the only son of the longevity Gu family's master. Her father did not only have her as a daughter, but he doted on her more. Gu Changa was very likely to be in charge of the longevity family in the future. Such a terrifying status was not something she could compare to now. Thinking of this, Yi Liuli felt a little hopeless. Why did brother Yi Qin offend such a powerful enemy? She thought that she could easily settle this with her methods and background. But now, it seemed that she was just being whimsical and thinking too much. Yi Liuli's face was even paler, and her expression was no longer the same as when she first arrived. Miss, this is a complete misunderstanding. Quickly apologize to young Master Gu. At this moment, Aunt Shui was also persuading Yi Liuli. What kind of status does young Master Gu have? Why would he care about a small aunt like Yi Qin? You're wrong about everything. In her opinion, building a good relationship with young Master Gu was more important than anything else. How could Miss be so stupid? How could she not understand this? She was a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would have secretly found Yi Qin and killed him. It would be foolish of her to make young Master Gu unhappy over such a matter. Auntie Shui, you don't have to say any more. I will not apologize to him. He is the one who made brother Yi Qin run around like a stray dog. Yi Liuli said stubbornly. His eyes were full of unwillingness. He would not apologize just because of this. This scene naturally did not escape Gu Changa's eyes. His expression was still calm and indifferent, but he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. In the end, she was just a little girl. How much trouble could she cause? However, after considering Yi Liuli's identity, the little princess of the immemorial Yi clan, Gu Changa felt that he could make use of this. Didn't she grow up with Yi Chen and have a good impression of him? Yi Chen happened to be her weakness. Speaking of which, the immemorial Yi clan's influence in the upper realm was not small. As a clan that was close to the immortal realm among the 10,000 ancient clans, it was said that they possessed the immortal bloodline. Thinking of this, Gu Changa's lips curled into a playful smile, and the plan in his heart became more detailed. However, one should not forget that he was the inheritor of a forbidden demonic art and possessed a demonic heart. He did not have many things, but he had many evil and crooked methods. Controlling Yi Liuli was much easier. At that moment, his expression became somewhat impatient, and his voice was somewhat cold. So, what is your purpose? If you don't give me an explanation for today's matter, even the immemorial immortal clan, Elder Ming. At this point, Gu Changa said indifferently to the void, Young master, this old servant is here. Buzz. The next moment, Elder Ming's figure appeared, and a cold smile appeared on his face. A terrifying and majestic pressure instantly enveloped the area, causing everyone's expression to change. Yi Liuli even felt a terrifying sense of suffocation. This was the old servant that she thought would not be a match for Auntie Shui. So powerful. Young Master Gu, please calm down. Today's matter is due to Mrs. Impulsive Offense. Auntie Shue's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly blocked this pressure. The elder Ming in front of her gave her a very strong feeling. The two of them could only display the strength of the void god realm in the lower realm, but the other party's cultivation at full strength was higher than hers. Even if she could contend at the beginning, she would definitely be at a disadvantage later on. She was confident that she could take Miss away. However, this was not in line with her original intention. She did not want to offend Gu Changa. Even if she could not curry favor with him, she could not offend him either. However, Gu Changa did not care about this so-called Auntie Shue at all, and did not even look at her. His expression was calm, but there was a sense of superiority. You don't want to say, right? I see that there are quite a lot of you here. Elder Ming, kill one for me after a breath of time. Gu Changa ordered indifferently. Hearing this, the group of living beings behind Yi Liuli turned pale with fright. Their expressions were incomparably terrified as they knelt on the ground and shouted for mercy. Miss, save us. We don't want to die. Lord, please spare us. You're despicable and shameless. Hearing this, Yi Liuli's pretty face also turned pale, and her body trembled. She did not expect Gu Changa to use this to force her to submit. However, Gu Changa did not look at her. Instead, Su Chinga was very considerate as she brought him a cup of tea and said with a sweet smile, "Young master, the tea is ready." Gu Changa gave her a look of approval. "It's not a waste that I love you so much." Miss quickly apologized to young Master Gu. "Why can't you think it through? If young Master Gu really wanted to kill Yi Qin, how could Yi Qin escape? Think about it carefully. Young Master Gu has such an expert behind him. How could Yi Qin have the ability to escape? This is all a misunderstanding. You're the princess of the immemorial immortal tribe, and young Master Gu is the young master of the Chongqing family. As long as you apologize, I'm sure young Master Gu will not make things difficult for you." Auntie Shue sighed in her heart and kept persuading Yi Liuli. She was only doing what was good for Mississippi. How could Miss offend young Master Gu for Yi Qin? A person like him can't be a good person. Yi Liuli's face was full of anger and unyielding. She stared at Gu Changa as if she wanted to grind his bones and scatter his ashes. One breath has passed. At this time, Gu Changa blew a mouthful of tea and slowly sipped it. "Yes, young master." Elder Ming received the order and directly stretched out his palm. Light flashed and the void shook. Puchi, not far away, a young creature with a pale face and scales on his forehead was slapped to death in despair. The others were almost scared to death. "Miss, save us. We don't want to die. We came for you. You can't just ignore us." At this moment, they could not help but resent Yi Liuli. Clearly, as long as she had a better attitude and apologized, she could save them. But why was she unwilling? Were their lives not worth a word from her? Gu Changa watched all of this calmly. From beginning to end, his expression did not change. Yi Liuli looked at his expression and gritted her teeth. Her body trembled in anger. At this time, she had no other choice and was even regretting it. Should she ask Auntie Shue to take action? It was obvious that Auntie Shue was biased towards Gu Changa. She would definitely not listen to her at this time. Thinking of this, Yi Liuli felt extremely humiliated. She gritted her teeth and said, "Liuli has offended you today. I'm sorry. I hope young Master Gu can forgive me." Chapter 55. "Please forgive me, young Master Gu." Yi Liuli uttered these words with great humiliation. Her voice was trembling, which showed how much courage and determination she had used. It was as if she had used up all her strength. As the little princess of the primordial immortal tribe, she had always been the center of attention ever since she was born. No one had ever given her such endless humiliation like today. However, she could not deal with this person. Even if she used the power behind her, she could not suppress him. "There's no need to apologize. After all, I'm not a bad person. I won't take such a small matter to heart. At this moment, Gu Changa waved his hand and asked Elder Ming to stop. There was a faint, playful smile on his face. Gu Changa's words were beautiful. However, Yi Liuli knew that if she did not apologize, everyone except her would die here today. This man was very dangerous, regardless of whether it was his methods or his thoughts. She could not help but feel frightened. She was a little regretful. Why had she been so reckless? Why had she not investigated the situation clearly before coming here? Now, she had completely humiliated herself. All right, young miss, today's misunderstanding is finally resolved. I told you that young Master Gu would not make things difficult for you. Seeing this, Aunt Xue heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Yi Liuli glared at her coldly. To put it nicely, she was a retainer. To put it bluntly, she was a servant. How dare she make decisions for her without permission? She had already decided that when she returned to the upper realm, she would explain everything to her father. Aunt Xue smiled bitterly. However, she was not worried. If the family head knew about what had happened today, he would agree to let her do so. After all, with young Master Gu's status, he was completely worthy of the Yi clan's friendship. It was just an apology. In the end, the young miss was still a young girl and refused to admit defeat. She did all this for the sake of the family and the young Mississippi. When Elder Ming stopped, the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the main hall also dissipated. Thank you for sparing our lives, sir. Thank you for showing mercy, sir. The living beings of the divine mountain who had survived the calamity kept kneeling and expressing their gratitude. No need to thank me. After all, it was young Miss Yi Liuli who saved you. Go thank her, Gu Changa said calmly. At this time, compared to himself, these beings of the divine mountains clearly resented Yi Liuli more. Gu Changa was well aware of this, so he naturally didn't forget to provoke them. After all, he didn't lose anything. May I ask what young Master Gu's name is? Yi Liuli also recovered from the humiliation and stared at Gu Changa's disgusting face. As expected, villains all had good looks. Gu Changa. At this time, the indifference on Gu Changa's face had long disappeared. He smiled faintly, looking natural and calm. He passed the teacup to Su Chinga beside him. He even gave people a sense of elegance and immortality. Of course, that was if she didn't see his expression just now. Yi Liuli did not expect Gu Changa to change his attitude so quickly. However, it was precisely because of this that the uneasiness in her heart grew even stronger. After all, those who didn't show their emotions were the scariest, because one would never know what such a person was thinking. It was hard to fathom. Young Master Gu, I came here today to ask you about something and to seek justice. Yi Liuli took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. No matter what, she had to face Gu Changa, this villain, by herself. Oh! Gu Changa slightly raised his eyebrows and smiled mysteriously. To seek justice? I don't think I've ever bullied Miss Yi. This has nothing to do with me. It's about Brother Yi. Yi Liuli said directly. She couldn't stand Gu Changa's attitude of looking down on her and asking questions when he already knew the answer. However, Gu Changa liked the feeling of crushing others with his power. She clearly hated him, but she couldn't do anything to him and had to yield. Although Yi Liuli was the little princess of the Yi clan, Gu Changa would not spoil her. Of course, he wanted Yi Liuli to kneel, but he knew that this would have the opposite effect. Not to mention whether this beautiful middle-aged woman would agree. As the princess of the immemorial immortal clan, Yi Liuli kneeled so easily. This was tantamount to slapping the Yi clan's face. Gu Changa didn't want to shoot himself in the foot. When he returned to the upper realm, he would make his situation worse. There was a limit to everything. As for killing Yi Liuli and the others, Gu Changa wouldn't consider the huge loss of benefits, not to mention whether it was possible. Moreover, as the daughter of the Yi clan, it was impossible that she didn't have a life-saving item given by her father. He had plenty of ways to deal with Yi Liuli. Seek justice for Yi Qin? But I don't remember doing anything to him. Miss Yi, are you mistaken? Or do you think I need to do anything to him? It doesn't seem difficult for me to crush an ant to death. Gu Changa smiled casually. Hearing this, Yi Liuli couldn't help but freeze. She felt a sense of superiority and disdain. To someone of Gu Changa's status, Brother Yi Qin was indeed an ant. There was no difference. She was suddenly confused and puzzled. How did the enmity between the two of them start? Logically speaking, Brother Yi Qin didn't know her true identity. How did he survive after offending Gu Changa? Or did Gu Changa not kill Brother Yi Qin at all? What did Brother Yi Qin do? What did he go through in the years when she wasn't around? Gu Changa vaguely guessed Yi Liuli's thoughts, but his expression was still indifferent. He laughed in his heart. Why didn't he kill Yi Qin? Of course, he was waiting for the last wave of harvest. How could Yi Liuli understand this? Impossible. Brother Yi Qin is such an honest person. He wouldn't take the initiative to provoke others. Yi Liuli shook her head in disbelief. She looked at Su Chinga, who was beside Gu Changa. It was rumored that Brother Yi Qin coveted the #1 beauty in the eastern wasteland. Dressed in white, she was indeed so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal. Yi Liuli was conceited that her appearance was not bad, but compared to the woman in front of her, she felt that there was something missing. It was an amazing charm that could only be made up with age. It didn't seem that hard to explain why Brother Yi Qin was moved by such a woman. Since young Master Gu didn't plan to kill Brother Yi Qin, why did you destroy the Jialo holy ground that was related to Brother Yi Qin? Suddenly, she raised her head and stared at Gu Changa with her red, glass-like eyes. She was unwilling to accept this and couldn't help but continue to ask. After all, according to the rumors, the Jialo holy ground was destroyed because they didn't want to reveal Yi Qin's whereabouts and angered Gu Changa. She couldn't understand. Ridiculous. At this time, Gu Changa's expression finally turned cold. His voice was cold. Could it be that Miss Yi Liuli came here today to blame me? Do I need to explain to you that I stepped on an ant? Hearing this, Yi Liuli's face turned pale. She almost stopped breathing and couldn't help but tighten her grip on the long sword in her hand. Gu Changa's words made her head buzz. That's right. Destroying the Jialo holy ground was indeed like stepping on an ant to him. So what reason did he need? Is there anything else, Miss Yi? If not, please go back. Gu Changa said indifferently. He planned to chase her out. This matter had already planted a thorn in Yi Liuli's heart. As for whether it would work or not, it would depend on what he did next. Of course, it didn't matter if it worked or not. He still had a way. Everything was under his control. Chapter 56. Seeing that Gu Changa's expression was cold and somewhat displeased, he even had the intention to chase her away. Yi Liuli's expression could not help but freeze. However, she also knew that she had indeed gone overboard. Did Gu Changa have to tell her everything he did? He had clearly said that he did not intend to kill Brother Yi Qin. After thinking about it, Yi Liuli did not feel that there was anything wrong with his words. The main thing was that the difference in strength between Gu Changa and Yi Qin was too big. One was like heaven and the other was like earth. If Gu Changa really wanted to kill Yi Qin, Yi Qin would not be able to survive. After thinking through all this, Yi Liuli inexplicably felt a sense of apology towards Gu Changa. She was not someone who did not know what was good for her. Today, she had inexplicably barged in to seek justice from Gu Changa. Now that she thought about it, she even seemed a little unreasonable. Gu Changa's attitude and method of asking her to apologize was also reasonable. The wrong thing was her. Liuli has offended you abruptly today. Thank you for explaining this, young Master Gu. Yi Liuli regained her composure and said to Gu Changa, Are you done? Then you can leave. Hearing this, Gu Changa did not seem to be surprised. His attitude was still indifferent. This made Yi Liuli frown. She was a little discouraged. Nothing as humiliating as today had ever happened before, let alone being chased away. Today, she had actually repeatedly hit a wall in front of a man. This made her feel very unreconciled and unconvinced. Of course, Yuli had pride in her heart, so she did not say much and turned to leave. Young Master Gu, I think that you young people should interact more. After all, we are all from the upper realm. It's good that we can meet in this remote lower realm. It's fate, seeing this, Auntie Shui said in a somewhat flattering manner. She felt that this was a good opportunity to build a good relationship with Gu Changa and should not be missed. No need, I'm not interested in her. However, Gu Changa's answer was very simple and directly made Auntie Shui's flattering expression freeze. How could he not know what this beautiful, middle-aged woman was planning? But he didn't care at all. He didn't care about Yi Liuli's reputation, so there was no need for him to improve her favorability. Hearing this answer, Aunt Shui's expression immediately became a little awkward, and she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She also knew that the young Mrs. Performance today was indeed somewhat inappropriate and a little embarrassing. But to say it so bluntly was a little disregarding the Mrs. face. Yi Liuli, who had already turned around, stopped in his tracks when he heard this. His body trembled. What did he mean by not interested in her? She felt that she had been utterly humiliated by Auntie Shui. Yi Liuli felt humiliated and gritted her teeth. Miss, I'm sorry. Auntie Shui couldn't help but feel guilty. She knew that her words had put the miss in an awkward position. Yi Liuli ignored her. His expression was cold. Without a word, he left without looking back. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold back her impulse, because ever since she was young, there had never been anyone like Gu Changa who had humiliated her time and time again. The trace of regret she had for Gu Changa instantly disappeared. He was an out-and-out evil person. Staying here would only be asking for trouble. Ding! Yi Liuli's heart wavered. Yi Chen lost 100 luck points. Fate points increased by 500. After Yi Liuli and the others left, the system's notification sounded in Gu Changa's mind. His expression was somewhat playful, just as he had expected. A little girl like Yi Liuli was actually not stupid. Sometimes when he pointed out something, she would be able to connect the dots. As for whether Yi Liuli would bear a grudge against him, Gu Changa didn't care. Sooner or later, he would make a move against Yi Liuli. It was still that saying imagination was the most fatal. As a result, she began to suspect whether Yi Qin had really done something evil. After all, in her impression, he was an honest, kind, and resolute youth. And a huge part of Yi Chen's luck came from having such a terrifying cousin. During this time, he should have obtained a lot of opportunities and increased his luck points. Gu Changa was waiting for the moment to reap the harvest. Status interface. Then, Gu Changa called out inwardly. Data immediately appeared before his eyes. Owner, Gu Changa Aura. Destined villain identity. Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's true disciple bloodline. Demonic heart and Dao bone cultivation. Late Marquis, realm arts and abilities. Dao Heaven Immortal Scripture, 7th level, 75%. Myriad demonic body talent. Innate divine will talent, devouring immortal demonic art fate value. 2,000 luck points for 180 black. System shop. Unlocked inventory. Domain shattering talisman X1. 1/3 of the world seed X2. Luck plunder card X3. System critical strike card X1 apart from the 3,000 fate points he had spent to reach late Marquis realm. Now he had obtained another 500 fate points, making a total of 2,000 points. During this time, his luck points had been increasing slowly. Even without plundering, it had increased by nearly 30 points. Gu Changa knew that it was because of Su Qingge and Lin Xiuhan. They both had great luck, especially during this time. Lin Xiuhan's frightening alchemy talent had appeared, causing her luck to increase. This also caused Gu Changa's luck points to increase by a lot. Then, Gu Changa began to think about Yi Chen's matter. Now that Yi Liuli had left the mountain, according to the usual plot, it should be her and Yi Chen's turn to unite. However, it seemed that Yi Liuli didn't know where Yi Chen was hiding. However, after today's news spread, she would soon find Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen wasn't stupid, he would want to hug Yi Liuli's thigh. Therefore, he would take the initiative to show himself. According to the method I left on Yi Chen's beautiful master, I can clearly sense his exact location not far from the central sky domain, at the border of the 8 domains. Gu Changa's eyes couldn't help but slightly squint, revealing a strange expression. Moreover, if my guess is correct, the Tianyuan Ancient Mystery domain should be opening soon. After all, this is the real reason why I came down. I must obtain the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. Gu Changa recalled this information in his mind. The Tianyuan Ancient Mystery domain was said to be a secret domain created by an ancient quasi-supreme expert to seal the monstrous 8 Desolation demonic halberd. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd had a deep relationship with the demonic arts that Gu Changa cultivated. Gu Changa would naturally think of a way to obtain it. As for how terrifying the 8 Desolation demonic halberd was, it was needless to say. A quasi-supreme had to transform himself to seal its ferocious nature, preventing it from wreaking havoc in the world. According to the usual plot, Yi Chan would naturally obtain the inheritance of quasi-supreme sky origin. During this process, he would seal the restless 8 Desolation demonic halberd, preventing a terrifying calamity from befalling the central continent. He would save the world and obtain the beauty. It was needless to say how dangerous a secret domain created by a quasi-supreme would be. In the upper realms, a cultivator with the title of supremacy was at least an ancestor of a supreme Taoism. They were existences with deep foundations, and their lifespans could reach 1,000,000 years or even longer. If one wasn't careful, there was a high possibility of losing their life in the Tianyuan Ancient Mystery domain. Chapter 57. The news of the creature from the ancient divine mountain barging into the Lin family but being slapped in the face at the entrance spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout the central region. This matter became a topic of conversation for many cultivators after meals and before tea. Cultivators could be heard talking about it everywhere. Although no one knew what happened after that, the creature from the ancient divine mountain could only retreat from the Lin family with his tail between his legs. But all the cultivators knew that even the ancient divine mountain was far from enough in front of that young lord. The mysterious young master Gu's background was too terrifying. Moreover, the purple-clothed girl who claimed to be Yi Chen's cousin also attracted the attention of many cultivators. Some said that her background was also terrifying, even more shocking than the ancient divine mountain. However, not many people believed such a statement. This was especially true of the many cultivators who had been guarding the Lin clan mansion. When the purple-robed young woman left, her expression was cold and even unsightly. It was obvious that she had hit a wall in the Lin family. Many cultivators guessed that the purple-clothed girl was very likely from the upper realm. Such a statement received the approval of many people. All kinds of news spread throughout the central region, causing quite a stir. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The Tao Discussion Conference in Rushing Moon Ancient City was held as scheduled. Many important figures and successors of sacred grounds and imperial dynasties came to participate. The entire Rushing Moon Ancient City became very lively. In particular, many cultivators had other motives and wanted to see the young lord in this Tao Discussion Conference. Unfortunately, everyone was disappointed. Although the Lin family disciples came to participate, there was no sign of that young lord. Even the high platform where the important figures were at did not see him. This disappointed many cultivators. They came because of his reputation and wanted to see his face, but they did not have the chance. As for visiting the Lin family, they did not have the qualifications. Gu Changa was obviously not interested in a Tao discussion conference of this level. At this moment, he had already left rushing Moon Ancient City with only Elder Ming by his side and was heading to the border between the Central Region and the 8 regions. Since Yi Chen's aura was in that direction, the entrance to the Tianyuan Ancient Mystery Realm was naturally there as well. It would be about a few days before the real opening of the portal. At the border of the Central Region, in a remote small town, the mountain range here rose and fell, and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was extremely grand and vast. Usually, there were very few cultivators here. It was an extremely desolate place. But now, cultivators and beings of other races could often be seen flying through the sky on divine rainbows. Some of them rode vicious beasts, while others came on magical artifacts. There were quite a few of them, wandering about in various places. Some time ago, there was a divine light that soared into the sky, and the auspicious scene spread for 3,000 miles. It attracted the attention of many nearby forces and cultivators, saying that a divine treasure had appeared. No wonder so many cultivators came. So it was all for this. An ordinary-looking man with a determined expression was walking on the streets of the small town, listening to the conversations of the cultivators nearby. He could not help but mutter to himself, "It seems that the entrance to the Tianyuan Ancient Mystery Realm recorded in the remnant pages has already opened. During this period of time, I have also collected all the map fragments. The Tianyuan Ancient Mystery Realm is full of dangers, but I can still walk through it like it's flat ground. Not to mention, I've also obtained the key left behind by Senior Tianyuan. When the Mystic Realm opens, many cultivators will enter. They won't be able to stop me from finding the core area of the Mystic Realm." It sounded like he was talking to himself. In fact, he was communicating with his master inside the ring. This person was naturally Yi Chen. During this period of time, he had been searching for the remnant pages of the map while improving his cultivation. At the same time, he had also obtained many opportunities and had already broken through the peak of the Transcendent Realm. In just a few months, he had improved from the late Soul Palace realm to the peak of the Transcendent Realm, vaguely touching the threshold of the Almighty Realm. If ordinary cultivators knew about this speed, they would definitely be shocked and exclaim in disbelief. This was already a talent that could not be described as monstrous. Of course, if Gu Chang'e knew about this, he would not be surprised. After all, this kind of speed was very normal for a son of fate. However, Yi Chan was still not satisfied. He felt that his cultivation speed was still too slow. Although he had many fortuitous encounters, it was still difficult to close the gap between him and Gu Chang'e. Only by obtaining the inheritance of the Tianyuan Ancient Mystery Realm can I kill Gu Chang'e for revenge, and that bitch Su Chinga. Thinking of this, flames of hatred appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. After a period of thinking, he had also thought it through. Gu Chang'e's strength was indeed not something he could deal with now. His previous enemies, even if they were much stronger than him and had backgrounds that he could not contend with, he would still be able to turn danger into safety time and time again. Therefore, he thought that this time it would be the same as before, and the Tianyuan Ancient Mystery Realm was an opportunity prepared for him. Within the ring, Yan Ji was sitting in the void, looking a little bored. Hearing Yi Chen's words, she did not say anything. That pair of glass-like light red eyes stared at the void in front of her, swinging her feet. She did not look like the master Yi Chen had imagined. During this period of time, she had seen Yi Chen's cultivation speed. Even the disciples of many great sects in the upper realm were not as frightening as him. This made her silent, a little incredulous. Previously, she thought that it was impossible for Yi Chen to take revenge on Gu Chang'e in this lifetime. Even if he obtained the inheritance of the Tianyuan Ancient Mystery Realm, it would still be the same. Although her cultivation base at her peak was not at Quasi-Supreme, it was not far from it. Gu Chang'e, a young man, could casually take out something like Spirit Concentrating Pill. His background was not too simple, and there was no lack of quasi-supreme existences in the clan. Therefore, Yan Ji did not bother to persuade Yi Chen anymore, and simply let him hate it. Compared to Gu Chang'e and Yi Chen, The two of them were at different levels. Whether it was background or cultivation base, the two were not at the same level. Revenge was even more impossible. But now, Yan Ji's thoughts had changed. According to Yi Chen's cultivation speed, he might really be able to create a miracle. She did not know why she was a little worried about Gu Chang'e. Perhaps it was because she ate his pills, or perhaps she was moved by his sincere attitude in the dungeon. At that time, she could have killed him. She could have taken away the ring without her consent, but she did not do so. She had a good impression of Gu Chang'e. He was a person who was going to achieve great things. Therefore, Yan Ji's current mood was very complicated and contradictory. Her remnant soul fell into the lower realm and was nurtured in the ring. Later on, Yi Chen obtained it. Thanks to the nourishment of his spirit qi, she gradually woke up. Otherwise, she did not know how long she would have slept. It was also because of this that Yi Chen went from a somewhat famous genius to a trash with regressive cultivation base. Even his fiancée broke off the engagement, and he became the target of ridicule in the clan. She felt guilty. Therefore, she imparted and guided him, wanting to help this determined young man get on the right track. But Yi Chen's performance a while ago had really disappointed her. He could not distinguish between good and bad, and his mind was burned by jealousy. So much so that he began to suspect her, thinking that she was trying to curry favor and follow Gu Chang'e. If that was really the case, why would she continue to stay by Yi Chen's side and guide his cultivation? Comparing the two, no matter how one looked at it, Gu Chang'e was much more outstanding than Yi Chen. But she held on to her heart, unmoved, and wanted to repay the kindness of waking him up. However, Yi Chen not only did not understand this, but also suspected that she was pitying him. This made Yan Ji feel helpless and disappointed. She knew that there was already a gap and rift between the master and disciple. But the problem was Yi Chen, not her. Chapter 58. Only then did he realize that there seemed to be an extra chapter in the free period, and the word count was a little over. It would be published around noon tomorrow. At that time, there would be about 30,000 words of updates, about 10 chapters, and each chapter would be 3,000 words long. The first 5 chapters would be published, followed by the subsequent chapters. If the chapters were not finished, it would be returned later on. My hands are bad, and I did not save any chapters, so I was prepared to stay up all night tonight. After it was published, it should be a stable 4 or 5 chapters, and they would all be long chapters. After being scolded all the way, I was actually very uncertain, and I did not know how many people were still reading. In addition, the story of the lower realm would end very soon, and the main story of the upper realm would also begin very soon. Personally, I think it would be very interesting. Compared to the Son of Fate, I prefer to write about the process of subduing the Daughter of Fate. Seeing that the author is so diligent in updating an extra chapter, please give me a subscription at noon tomorrow. Chapter 59. Yi Chen didn't know what Yan Ji was thinking at this moment. During this period of time, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, giving him a lot of confidence that he didn't have before. A few days ago, Gu Chang'e hit him a little hard. His Tao heart was damaged, making him a little skeptical of life. At this moment, he was listening to a lot of news from the nearby cultivators as he walked into the depths of the mountain range. With the map of the secret realm in hand, he was not afraid that he couldn't get good things. Of course, Yi Chen could feel that Yan Ji was a little estranged and alienated from him these days. He seriously thought about it and felt that what he said at that time was indeed wrong and hurt his master's feelings. During this period of time, he thought about making amends and apologizing, but his master said that she didn't care. However, that crack had finally appeared. Yi Chen also understood one thing. He couldn't completely trust anyone around him, especially after he experienced Su Qingge's betrayal. His master seemed to be very considerate to him, but she was a woman after all. Whether she would be moved by a man like Gu Chang'e, only she knew. However, his master had never mentioned this to him. Perhaps she left him by his side because she felt sorry for him. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's eyes became gloomier and he clenched his fists. His master was his. He wouldn't let Gu Changa take her away. Master, what do you think Gu Changa's purpose of coming to the lower realm? He brought along an old servant who could easily destroy Jialo Holy Land. If I'm not wrong, it should be related to the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm. Suddenly, Yi Chen, who was hurrying along, spoke with a strange smile. He asked Yan Ji in the ring. He wanted to take a look at Yan Ji's reaction. Hearing this, Yan Ji was slightly stunned and nodded. You should be right. Apart from the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm, there is nothing in the lower realm that is worth his attention. She didn't think much about it and just thought that Yi Chen was asking the same questions as usual. That's right, so it's very likely that Gu Changa wants something from the secret realm. He will definitely rush here as soon as he hears the news of the opening of the secret realm. I am the only one who knows the map of the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm. Ordinary cultivators will encounter many dangers when they enter. It is normal for them to lose their lives. And according to the restrictions of the secret realm this time, with his old servant's strength, it's impossible for him to enter. In other words, Gu Changa is all alone in the secret realm and knows nothing. I only need to wait for him in the core area, and then use the key to control the mechanism array pattern there. Master, do you think I have a chance at revenge? Yi Chen said slowly as he analyzed every step clearly. What's more, it was reasonable. The reason why he said this in front of his master was naturally to test her reaction. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he waited to see Yan Ji's reaction. After all, the plan sounded flawless, and it was perfect for Gu Changa to die here. It sounds perfect, but how do you know that Gu Changa doesn't have a map? Or does he have other methods to enter? Yan Ji didn't know Yi Chen's intention. After hearing this, she thought about it seriously for a long time and felt that it was not very feasible. After all, Gu Changa was from the upper realm and came prepared. How could he not know the dangers in the secret realm? Moreover, based on her impression of Gu Changa, he was not a reckless person. Is that so? Master's words make sense. However, when Yi Chen heard this, a hint of gloominess flashed through his eyes. Did Master say that Gu Changa had other tricks up her sleeve? What kind of methods were they? Why was Master so confident in Gu Changa and felt that his methods were not good enough? Was there something that he didn't know? He didn't say anything else. Yan Ji didn't think too much about it. Instead, she brought up another matter and said, "Oh, right, there's something that you need to pay attention to, Little Chin. The power behind her cousin is actually very terrifying. Before you reach the Void God Realm, I advise you not to have any contact with them." Of course, she was doing this for Yi Chen's good. During this time, she had heard many rumors about Yi Chen's cousin. That young lady in purple was obviously from the Yi clan of the immemorial immortal clan in the upper realm. Yan Ji was very clear about this. For such a big clan, Yi Chen had no power or influence. His cultivation and talent were not worth mentioning to them who only cared about bloodlines. Once they knew that Yi Chen was too close to his cousin, they would probably send someone to kill Yi Chen. I understand Master's good intentions. You don't have to worry about me and Luli. Hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head. His voice sounded a little cold. During this time, he had heard about the news in Rushing Moon Ancient City. Yi Chen was very surprised. This kind of news was like rain after a long drought to him. His cousin was his biggest backer. However, Master did not allow him to have more contact with her. Why? His cousin's background was very terrifying. Why did he not allow him to have more contact with her? Was he afraid that he would turn against Gu Changa after gaining power? Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. As for the fear of his cousin's clansmen coming to kill him, he just took it as nonsense. He did not believe that with his cousin by his side, there would be people who would dare to do that to him. Based on his cousin's attitude and feelings towards him, Yi Chen was very assured. What was Master's intention in saying this? He was very disappointed and did not want to ask any more. The news of the opening of the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm quickly spread throughout the central region. Bright divine light rushed into the sky, illuminating a large area of the border between the 8 regions. It immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators and forces. It had to be said that in this day and age, as long as there was news of a divine treasure or the opening of a mystery realm, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Various forces and cultivators were about to go crazy. They rushed over like sharks who had smelled blood. The opening of the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm was no exception. It could be said that many sacred lands and empires of the central region immediately sent their cultivators over. The other forces were also the same, afraid of missing out on this huge opportunity. The formation of a mystery realm was extremely difficult. Some relied on the right time and place, while others relied on ancient experts. Most of them had left behind their inheritance mansions. Even if they were not, once a new mystery realm opened, there would be many heavenly treasures filled with spirit chi, many ancient herbs, rare ores, and so on. Soon, this remote town became the most bustling area in this period of time. Many cultivators and creatures could be seen coming and going every day. The mystery realm attracted countless people. However, it was a pity that not just anyone could enter. Someone discovered that the entrance of the mystery realm had a natural barrier. It was extremely terrifying, but no one knew what kind of existence had left it behind. Cultivators who surpassed the almighty realm could not enter and would be repelled. It would even cause the heaven and earth energy within the mystery realm to go berserk. Those who tried to force their way in would immediately explode and die. Many emperor lords and saint lords were helpless. If they wanted to enter, they could only suppress their cultivation base. Therefore, they could only send their almighty realm elders and disciples. It could also be considered a training experience. It seems like my guess is right. This Heaven Ancient Mystery Realm is an experienced dungeon tailor-made for Yi Qin. The inheritance of a quasi-supreme expert has just the right restrictions. TSK Almighty Realm cultivators and above can't enter? Unless they suppress their cultivation base. Seems like Yi Qin will soon reach the Almighty Realm in this period of time. I have to say the opening of the Mystery Realm is really coincidental. Wonderful, truly wonderful. On a mountain peak, Guchanga stood with his hands behind his back. His black robes fluttered in the wind as he overlooked the scene below. His expression was somewhat interested as he said something that the Lin clan's Almighty Realm experts behind him couldn't understand. They didn't dare to ask what young Master Gu meant, and their expressions were incomparably respectful. It was best not to understand some words. When the Mystery Realm opened this time, Gu Changa had brought a few Almighty Realm elders with him. Otherwise, he couldn't always personally deal with small matters. That would be too uncool and troublesome. As for guessing that the restriction to enter the Mystery Realm was the Almighty Realm, this was too easy for Gu Changa. He could guess it just by thinking about it. After all, the Experience Dungeon was set according to the strength of the Child of Fate. Moreover, the original owner of the Mystery Realm was a quasi-supreme expert. Even Old Ming at his peak would be suppressed if he wanted to enter, and could only display the strength of an Almighty Realm expert. This made Gu Changa click his tongue. This treatment wasn't something that ordinary people could enjoy, deliberately creating opportunities for the Child of Fate and giving benefits. He was just short of directly throwing it in front of him. But so what? If he wanted to snatch it, even the heavens couldn't stop him. Let's go. As Gu Changa said indifferently, he turned into a divine rainbow and headed toward the entrance of the Mystery Realm. Even if he could only display the strength of an Almighty Realm expert in the Mystery Realm, it would be easy for him to crush Yi Qin. This wave of leaks was already plentiful, and it was time for the final harvest. Bang! The entrance of the Mystery Realm was a crack that emitted a misty light. It was more than 300 feet wide. Space rippled, connecting to another world. There were many cultivators nearby, and their eyes were filled with greed and desire. They were basically powerful rogue cultivators from all over the world. Their cultivation bases were above the Almighty Realm, and there are even many Saint Lord Realm experts. Their thoughts were simple. If they entered alone, they would inevitably lose to some sect cultivators. Therefore, they planned to wait at the entrance of the Mystery Realm. When someone came out with a treasure, they would fight together. Who is that? It's the ancient Lin clan. Seeing a man in black leading a group of Lin clan's Almighty Realm experts over. Not good, it's that young lord. Don't collide with him. The cultivators here couldn't help but be stunned. Then their expressions changed, and they hurriedly retreated in fear. They weren't afraid of the other sects, but they were afraid of the Lin clan. Of course, the most important thing was that young lord of the Lin clan. Now, as long as one was in the central region, there wasn't a single cultivator who didn't know about that young lord. The most important thing about him was his black robe, like a god descending to the world. This was a person they couldn't provoke. At this time, how could they not understand? They hurriedly retreated to different places, giving way to the entrance of the Mystery Realm. Buzz. A ripple spread out and light intertwined. Guchanga naturally didn't care about these rogue cultivators. He led a group of followers and directly entered the Mystery Realm. The world spun as if they were walking in a space-time tunnel. A majestic sense of the world descended. Guchanga quickly found a balance point and suppressed his cultivation base to the peak of the Almighty Realm. He landed safely. Chapter 60. Buzz. Light filled the air, and intense spatial fluctuations were transmitted. Soon, a passage appeared, and several figures appeared from within. It was Guchanga and the others. The expressions of the nearby cultivators changed drastically. Even if some of them did not recognize Guchanga, they understood that a person who could bring several powerful cultivators with him was not someone they could provoke. They quickly left this area. Seeing this scene, Guchanga could not help but laugh lightly. It was as he thought. At this time, there were no idiots who did not know what was good for them to come out and provoke him. Being ridiculed wherever he went was the standard for a protagonist. In the secret realm, the mountains rose and fell, and the lake was as green as jade. It was extremely grand and vast. Rich heaven and earth spirit chi filled the air, as if it was about to liquefy. For Guchanga, who was used to staying in the upper realm, this level of spirit chi was just the level outside the mountain gate of the Gu clan. There was nothing to be concerned about. Of course, for the cultivators of the lower realm, this was a place like a paradise. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating for many days in the outside world. This made them very shocked and envious. This kind of secret realm is really good luck. No wonder so many people want to come in. If it was always open, it would be good to cultivate here. Unfortunately, it will be closed sooner or later. Behind Guchanga, the group of powerful cultivators of the Lin clan could not help but sigh. Of course, they could only sigh. They followed young Master Guin to do things for him. So naturally, they could not walk around casually. If they could be appreciated by young Master Gu here, their future opportunities would not be less than the secret realm here. They were very clear about this point. This matter is very important to young Master. If you mess up even a little, you don't have to go back. Elder Ming said to the descendants with a stern expression. He also suppressed his cultivation and entered with Guchanga. Otherwise, he would not be at ease in the outside world. Ancestor, don't worry. Even if we have to risk our lives here, we will help young Master get what he wants. Hearing the ancestor's words, the elders of the Lin clan expressed their agreement. They were just short of kneeling and swearing. Elder Ming nodded, satisfied. It has only been a few days since the secret realm opened. No matter how fast Yichin moves, he can only reach the edge of the core area at most. I'm sure he already has a map. But that's just as well. The treasure-seeking mouse's name isn't just for show. I'll let him help me find the way first. Guchanga did not pay attention to the words of the people behind him. He was thinking about Yi Chun in his heart, and there was an inexplicable smile on his face. Then he sensed Yi Chen's exact location in his heart. It was neither too close nor too far, just about 10,000 miles away from where he was. Although Gu Changa couldn't see Yi Chen's every move, he could guess what Yi Chen was doing. Although you look very pathetic when you're fighting for nothing, you're really smart when you're helping me find opportunities. Gu Changa couldn't help but want to laugh. Let's go. Then he turned into a beam of divine light and flew towards the core area of the Mystery Land. The place he was at now was only the edge. On the other side, in an area shrouded in fog, mountain ranges rose and fell. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and there were many ruins. Many palaces had collapsed, and pillars were scattered everywhere. Chi! Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Chen slashed at a strange beast in front of him, splitting it in half. Only then did he look at a plant beside the cave with satisfaction. This plant was resplendent, burning like a flame, and emitting a scorching aura. Fire Godflower, 30,000 years old. It can help me condense a strand of true intent of fire and increase the power of my Fire Tao divine ability by a bit, Yi Chen muttered to himself as he plucked the plant. He was somewhat satisfied. He had just entered the Mystery Land, but he had already obtained many good things, all of which could greatly increase his cultivation. This made him happy, and he had more plans to deal with Gu Changa. Of course, the main reason was that Yi Liuli came to find him. A few days ago, after Yi Liuli suffered a setback in rushing Moon Ancient City, he found a way to send a message to Yi Liuli, telling her where he was, so that Yi Liuli would not worry. Although many cultivators knew that Yi Chun had offended Gu Changa and did not dare to deal with him, avoiding him like he was a snake or a scorpion, but there were still many cultivators who were willing to do things for him. They were righteous and were influenced by Yi Chen's charisma. Just like Jialo Xingzi, they upheld the righteous Tao and sent messages for him. Therefore, Yi Liuli found Yi Chen in a few days. Yi Liuli brought many people with him, all of whom were divine servants of the ancient God Mountain, and all of them were almighty experts. This made Yi Chen feel more at ease. Once Gu Changa came to the secret territory under his full preparation, he would definitely kill him. This day next year would be Gu Changa's death anniversary, but there was something that puzzled Yi Chen. Yi Liuli's attitude towards him was not as intimate as before, and she would not run in front of him and ask him questions. She even maintained a distance of 3 steps away from him, but Yi Chen did not mind too much. After all, Yi Liuli had grown up and was no longer the little girl of the past. Moreover, the two had different statuses, so this change was normal. After putting the Fire God flower into his storage ring, Yi Chen looked at the beautiful girl in purple clothes who was not far away from him. He couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile on his face. She had grown up and become even more beautiful. Her temperament was otherworldly, and she was shrouded in a hazy radiance, like a goddess. Close your dog eyes. The young miss is not someone you can covet. The descendant of a servant wants to eat the flesh of a toad? At this moment, a disdainful and angry voice reached Yi Chen's ears, causing him to frown and his expression to darken. His expression was unsightly. It was this damned woman again. Every time she opened her mouth, she would call him an ant and a toad. Although Yi Chen had been mocked by many people along the way, they were all slapped in the face by him in the end. But the person who spoke was Yi Liuli's servant. This made it difficult for him to make a move, which made it difficult for him to vent his anger. The person who spoke was Yi Liuli's Aunt Xue. Although Yi Liuli severely reprimanded her after she returned, she had taken good care of her for more than 10 years. Yi Liuli could not blame her, and at most, she just scolded her. When Yi Liuli came to find Yi Chen, Aunt Xue suppressed her cultivation and followed her into the secret realm. She did not have a good impression of Yi Chen. This was a person with dirty hands. When they were young, she was always by the young miss's side. Every time this brat wanted to make a move, she would stop him in time and prevent him from getting his way. Otherwise, who knew how much this brat would have taken advantage of the young Mississippi? She had thought of crippling this brat, but the young miss said no, otherwise she would not even have a person to talk to. But recently Aunt Shwe really could not bear it any more. The young miss had offended the young master of Gu clan for a mere Yi Chin. This was an incomparably stupid thing to do. But now, in front of the young miss, her cultivation was suppressed to the almighty realm. She could not casually kill Yi Chin and not let the young miss find out. Don't look down on me. Those who looked down on me were all trampled under my feet. Yi Chin frowned, and his voice was not polite. Aunt Shwe sneered. You, a little ant who has never seen the true dragon of the ninth heaven, want to be looked up to? Look in the mirror first. How can you compare to young Master Gu? Only someone like young Master Gu is a good match for the young Mississippi. You don't even have the qualifications to be casually crushed by him. She was naturally speaking from the bottom of her heart. Of course, she did not know that this made Yi Chen's hatred for Gu Changa rise many times. You shut up! Hearing this, the veins on Yi Chen's forehead throbbed, and he clenched his fists. He was practically roaring out these words. No matter how much he endured, he could not bear it at this moment. Saying that the girl he liked was a good match for his enemy? What was this? Being a cuckold? Gu Changa again. Gu Changa again. She kept mentioning Gu Changa. Yi Chen's eyes were a little red, and he clenched his teeth. I will kill you. Big brother Yi Chin, don't listen to her. Aunt Shwe, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, Yi Liuli also walked over. Her brows were tightly knitted, and she was somewhat dissatisfied. Although Yi Chen had changed a lot in her eyes, he was still the big brother Yi Chin of the past. This change was still acceptable. Aunt Shwe's words were too much. Young miss, I am speaking the truth. If it were not for this guy, young Master Gu would not treat you like this. Between you two, Aunt Shwe explained, but before she could finish, Yi Liuli interrupted her. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her face was filled with displeasure. Aunt Shwe, don't mention Gu Changa in front of me. I don't want to hear this hateful name. Liuli, could it be that you had a marriage agreement with Gu Changa? At this moment, the calmer Yi Chin suddenly thought of something. He was a little nervous and uneasy. Otherwise, why would Aunt Shwe deliberately mention Gu Changa in front of him? After all, both of them came from the upper realm, and their backgrounds were terrifying. This was not impossible. Thinking of this, Yi Chin felt very uncomfortable. What are you thinking? How could I have a marriage agreement with that hateful guy? Even if there was, I would have asked my father to cancel it. Yi Liuli was speechless as she explained. She was also a little helpless. Why would big brother Yi Chin think in that direction? She hated Gu Changa to death. She was an evil person who made her lose face and suffer humiliation. Then why did you say he was hateful? What happened at the Lin family that day? Yi Chin let out a sigh of relief and could not help but ask. It was not easy to make Yi Liuli, who had such a gentle personality, hate someone. However, it also deepened his killing intent towards Gu Changa. Gu Changa comes from the ancient Chongqing family in the upper realm. He is also the young master of that family. His background is only above mine. Big brother Yi Chin, if you want to deal with him, you have to be careful. I can't help you, Yi Liuli said. Hearing this, Yi Chin clenched his fists even tighter. However, he also thought to himself, this secret realm was the place where Gu Changa had died. In the ring, Yin Ji heard these words and could not help but be interested. She was still a little interested in Gu Changa's information. So, young Master Gu is the young master of the Chongqing family. No wonder. Then he should have many life-saving methods. I don't have to worry. She let out a sigh of relief, but there was a little contradiction in her heart. When the time came, if Yi Chin and Gu Changa fought, who would she help? I hope we don't encounter such a situation. Otherwise, I can only help neither side, Yin-ji sighed. At that time, she was already in a very faint soul state. How important was that spirit concentrating pill to her? It was simply hard to measure its value. She would never forget this kindness. There was still one thing she did not understand. Why would young Master Gu let Yi Chen, who had already offended him at that time? Now, it could only be attributed to Yi Chen's good luck. Or was it because young Master Gu wanted to recruit her, so he spared Yi Chen's life for her sake?